Others sit upon the ground and tell sad stories of the death of kings. How some have been deposed, some slain in war, some haunted by the ghosts they have deposed, some poisoned by their wives, some sleeping killed, all murdered. For within the hollow crown that rounds the mortal temples of a king keeps death his court. And there the antic sits, scoffing his state and grinning at his pomp, allowing him a breath, a little scene to monarchize, be feared, and kill with looks, infusing him with self and vain conceit, as if this flesh which walls about our life were brass impregnable. And humor thus comes at the last, and with a little pin bores through his castle wall. And farewell, King.
Today, and again next Sunday at the same time, the Columbia Workshop, radio's foremost laboratory of writing and production techniques, has the honor to present the Old Vic Theater Company of London, England. Their first radio appearance in the United States, a special hour and one-half arrangement of The Tragedy of King Richard III by William Shakespeare, with Laurence Olivier in the role of Richard and Ralph Richardson as the narrator. The musical score is original with and is conducted by Herbert Menges. The Old Vic Theater Company is directed by John Burrow, who has, for these workshop broadcasts, the association of Richard Sanville of CBS. The text was prepared for radio by James and Elizabeth Hart.
Richard III is the final play in Shakespeare's great historical cycle, which depicts the rise and fall of the royal house of Plantagenet. It is the bloodiest chapter in a chronicle which abounds in bloodshed, the darkest scene in a dark panorama of hate, treachery, and ambition turned to mania. Yet the greatest part of Richard III's action takes place in the first period of real peace that England had known for a century. The interminable wars with France were over. Just over, too, was the long and terrible struggle for the English crown between the Lancastrian and the Yorkist branches of the royal house, called the Wars of the Roses. If Richard III touches deeper chords of terror than the preceding plays, the reason is not to be found in the greater violence of the historic events it traces, but in the character of Richard himself. Here is Richard.
Now is the winter of our discontent made glorious summer by this sun of York. And all the clouds that lowered upon our house in the deep bosom of the ocean buried. Now are our brows bound with victorious wreaths, our bruised arms hung up for monuments, our stern alarums changed to merry meetings, our dreadful marches to delightful measures. Grim-visaged war has smoothed his wrinkled front. And now, instead of mounting barbed steeds to fright the souls of fearful adversaries, he capers nimbly in a lady's chamber to the lascivious pleasing of a lute. But I, that am not shaped for sportive tricks, nor made to court an amorous looking glass, I that am rudely stamped and want love's majesty to strut before a wanton ambling nymph, I that am curtailed of this fair proportion, cheated of feature by dissembling nature, deformed, unfinished, sent before my time into this breathing world, scarce half made up, and that so lamely and unfashionable that dogs bark at me as I halt by them. Why, love forswore me in my mother's womb, and for I should not deal in her soft laws, she did corrupt frail nature with some bribe to shrink mine arm up like a withered shrub, to heap an envious mountain on my back, to shape my legs of an unequal size, to disproportion me in every part, like to a chaos or an unlicked bare whelp that carries no impression like the dam. Why, I, in this weak piping time of peace, have no delight to pass away the time, unless to spy my shadow in the sun, and descant on mine own deformity. Then, since this world affords no joy to me, but to command, to check, to o'erbear such as are of better person than myself, I'll make my heaven to dream upon the throne, and whiles I live to account this world but hell, until my misshaped trunk that bears this head be round impaled with a glorious crown. But yet I know not how to get the crown, for many lives stand between me and home, and I, like one lost in a thorny wood, that rents the thorns and is rent with the thorns, seeking a way and straying from the way, not knowing how to find the open air, but toiling desperately to find it out, torment myself to catch the English crown, and from that torment I will free myself, or hew my way out with a bloody axe. Why, I can smile and murder whiles I smile, and cry content to that which grieves my heart, and wet my cheeks with artificial tears, and frame my face to all occasions. I'll drown more sailors than the mermaid shall. I'll play the orator as well as Nestor, deceive more slyly than Ulysses could, and like a Sinon, take another Troy. I can add colors to the chameleon, change shapes with Proteus for advantages, and send the murderous Machiavel to school. Can I do this, and cannot get a crown? Tut, were it further off, I'd pluck it down.
Richard in the year 1471, his portrait painted by his own hand. He could look into himself and see his bitter, twisted heart, his brilliant, twisted mind, as clearly as he could see his withered, twisted body in a looking glass. And though he was only Duke of Gloucester, King Edward's youngest brother, his succession barred by Edward's two sons and by the Duke of Clarence, his second eldest brother, it was already on the throne his sights were set. Though he was without wealth or property, he was already scheming to acquire both by marrying the woman who had more cause than anyone in the world to hate him. This woman was Anne, the daughter of the great Earl of Warwick, whom Richard's troops had slain in battle, daughter-in-law of Henry VI, the Lancastrian king, whom Richard had murdered in the Tower of London, widow of Henry's son, the Prince of Wales, whom Richard and his brothers had taken prisoner and stabbed to death. And now Richard is about to commence his loveless wooing of this lady. Regard him as he stands in the shadow of a London doorway and watches her approach down the narrow street. Anne is escorting an open coffin in which lies the body of Henry VI, her father-in-law and Richard's victim. She is bound for the burial ground at Chertsey.
Set down your honorable load. If honor may be shrouded in a hearse, whilst I awhile obsequiously lament the untimely fall of virtuous Lancaster. Poor key-cold figure of a holy king, pale ashes of the house of Lancaster, thou bloodless remnant of that royal blood. Be it lawful that I invocate thy ghost to hear the lamentations of poor Anne, wife of thy Edward, of thy slaughtered son, stabbed by the selfsame hand that made these wounds. Oh, cursed be the hand that made these holes. Cursed the heart that had the heart to do it. Cursed the blood that let this blood from hence. Come, now towards Chertsey with your holy load, taken from Paul to be interred there.
Stay! You that bear the cross, and set it down.
What black magician conjures up this fiend?
Villain, set down the cross, or by St. Paul, I'll make a cross of him that disobeys.
What? Do you tremble? Are my gods afraid?
Unmannered dog, stand down when I command.
Alas, I blame you not. For you are mortal, and mortal eyes cannot endure the devil. Avaunt, thou dreadful minister of hell.
Sweet saint, for charity be not so cursed.
Foul devil, for God's sake hence and trouble us not. Villain, thou knowest no law of God nor man. No beast so fierce, but knows some touch of pity.
But I know none, and therefore am no beast.
Oh, wonderful when devils tell the truth.
More wonderful when angels are so angry. Vouchsafe divine perfection of a woman, to leave this keen encounter of our wits and fall somewhat into a slower method, is not the causer of the timeless deaths of these Plantagenets, Henry and Edward, as blameful as the executioner?
Thou wast the cause, and most accursed effect.
Your beauty was the cause of that effect. Your beauty that did haunt me in my sleep to undertake the death of all the world so I might live 1 hour in your sweet bosom.
If I thought that, I tell thee, homicide, these nails should rend that beauty from my...
These eyes could not endure that beauty's rack. You should not blemish it if I stood by. As all the world is cheered by the sun, so I by that. It is my day, my life.
Let night o'ershade thy day, and death thy life.
Curse not thyself, fair creature. Thou art both. He that bereft thee, lady, of thy husband, did it to help thee to a better husband.
Name him. Where is he?
Here. Why dost thou spit at me?
Would it were mortal poison for thy sake.
Never came poison from so sweet a place.
Never hung poison on a fouler toad. Out of my sight, thou dost infect mine eyes.
Teach not thy lips such scorn, for it was made for kissing, lady, not for such contempt. My tongue could never learn sweet smoothing words. But now thy beauty is proposed my fee, my proud heart sues and prompts my tongue to speak. If thy revengeful heart cannot forgive, lo, here I lend thee this sharp-pointed sword, which if thou please to hide in this true breast, and let the soul forth that adoreth thee, I lay it naked to the deadly stroke, and humbly beg the death upon my knee. Nay, do not pause, for I did kill King Henry, but 'twas thy beauty that provoked me. Me up.
Rise, dissembler. Though I wish thy death, I will not be thy execution.
Then bid me kill myself, and I will do it.
I have already.
That was in thy rage. Speak it again, and even with the word, this hand which for thy love did kill thy love, shall for thy love kill a far truer love.
Oh, I would I knew thy heart.
'Tis figured in my tongue.
I fear me both are false.
Say then, my peace is made.
That shalt thou know hereafter.
But shall I live in hope? Vouchsafe to wear this ring.
To take is not to give.
Look, how my ring encompasseth thy finger. Even so thy breast encloseth my poor heart. Wear both of them, for both of them are thine. Bid me farewell.
'Tis more than you deserve. But since you teach me how to flatter you, imagine I have said farewell already.
Was ever woman in this humor wooed? Was ever woman in this humor won? I'll have her, but I will not keep her long. What, I that killed her husband and his father? Hath she forgot already that brave prince, Edward her lord, whom I some 3 months since stabbed in my angry mood at Tewkesbury and made her widow to a woeful bed? A sweeter and a lovelier gentleman the spacious world cannot again afford. My dukedom to a beggarly denier, I do mistake my person all this while. Upon my soul she finds, although I cannot, myself to be a marvelous, proper man. I'll be at charges for a looking-glass, and entertain a score or two of tailors to study fashions to adorn my body. Since I am crept in favor with myself, I will maintain it with some little cost. Shine out, fair sun, till Clarence still breathes. Edward still lives and reigns. Clarence, beware, thou keep'st me from the light. But I will sort a pitchy day for thee. For I will buzz abroad such prophecies that Edward shall be fearful of his life, and then to purge his fear, I'll be thy death. Clarence, thy turn is next, and then the rest, counting myself but bad, till I be best. Clarence, good day. What means this armed guard?
His Majesty, I beseech your graces both to pardon me. His Majesty hath straitly given in charge that no man shall have private conference of what degree soever with your brother.
You may partake of anything we say?
His Majesty hath appointed this conduct to convey me to the Tower.
But what's the matter, brother? May I know?
Because my name is George. He hearkens after prophecies and dreams, and from the crossrow plucks the letter G, and says a wizard told him that by G his issue disinherited should be. These I learn, and such like toys as these have moved his highness to commit me now.
'Tis not the king that sends you to the Tower. It is the queen, his wife, Clarence. 'Tis she that tempers him to this extremity. We are not safe, Clarence. We are not safe.
By heaven, I think there is no man secure but the queen's kindred.
I beseech your grace to pardon me, and withal forbear your conference with the noble duke.
We are the queen's abjects and must obey. Brother, farewell. I will unto the king. Meantime, this deep disgrace in brotherhood touches me deeper than you can imagine. Well, your imprisonment shall not be long. I will deliver you. Meantime, have patience.
I must perforce.
Farewell.
Farewell.
Go, tread the path that thou shalt ne'er return. Simple, plain Clarence, I do love thee so that I will shortly send thy soul to heaven, if heaven will take the present at our hand.
I am, my lord, here come to have the warrant that I may be admitted where he is.
I have it here. But, sir, be sudden in the execution. With all obdurate. Do not hear him plead. For Clarence is well spoken and perhaps may move your heart to pity if you mark him.
Tut, my lord, I shall not stand to prate. Talkers are no good doers. Be assured.
Your eyes drop millstones when fools' eyes drop tears. I like you, lad. About your business straight. Go dispatch.
Who's there? What wouldst thou, fellow? And how camest thou hither?
I would speak to Clarence, and I came hither on my legs. Let him see this commission and talk no more.
I am by this commanded to deliver the noble Duke of Clarence to your hands. I will not reason what is meant hereby, because I will be guiltless of the meaning. The Duke's within asleep, and here are the keys. I'll to the king and signify to him that thus I have resigned to you my charge.
You may, sir, 'tis a point of wisdom. Fare you well.
Keeper. Give me a cup of wine.
You shall have wine enough, my lord. Anon.
In God's name, what art thou?
A man, as you are.
Thy voice is thunder, but thy looks are humble.
My voice is now the king's, my looks mine own.
How darkly and how deadly dost thou speak. Your eyes do menace me. Why look you pale? Who sent you hither? Wherefore do you come? To murder me.
Aye.
You scarcely have the heart to tell me so. Wherein, my friend, have I offended you?
Offended me you have not, but the king.
I shall be reconciled to him again.
Never, my lord. Therefore prepare to die.
If you are hard for me, go back again, and I will send you to my brother Gloucester, who shall reward you better for my life than Edward will for tidings of my death.
You are deceived. Your brother Gloucester hates you.
Oh, no. He loves me, and he holds me dear. Go you to him from me.
Aye. So I will. Look behind you, my lord. Take that. If all this will not do, I'll drown you in the Malmsey butt within.
You have heard Act One of a special hour and one-half Columbia Workshop arrangement of William Shakespeare's King Richard III, presenting the Old Vic Theater Company of London, England, in their first American radio appearance, and starring Laurence Olivier as Richard. Act Two will follow immediately after a 15-second pause for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
his audacious suit of wealthy Anne, a suit swiftly to be brought to its conclusion in marriage. Then, with the murder of his brother, the Duke of Clarence, Richard has launched his progress towards the throne. True, his older and one remaining brother, Edward, still reigns as king. But Richard well knows Edward is only living out a lingering death. True, Richard must count the Queen, Elizabeth, as his bitter antagonist, and with her, her common-born kinsmen, Dorset, Rivers, Grey, and Vaughan, whom she has raised to noble stations. But Richard knows that the Queen and her faction have themselves powerful enemies in the older nobility, chiefly in the Duke of Buckingham, Richard's own cousin. He can count on Buckingham as an ally, and he can hope for some support from Hastings, the Lord Chamberlain, just released from the Tower, blaming his imprisonment upon the Queen at Richard's sly suggestion. True, there are two small sons of the King and Queen, but Richard will deal with them in their turn. Meanwhile, hard on Clarence's death, he'll go to court, there to meet the King and Queen, Rivers, Dorset, Grey, Buckingham, and Hastings.
Good morrow to my sovereign king and queen. And princely peers, a happy time of day.
Happy indeed as we have spent the day. Gloucester, we have done deeds of charity, made peace of enmity, fair love of hate, between these swelling hate-incensed peers.
A blessed labor, my most sovereign lord. Among this princely heap, if any here by false intelligence or wrong surmise hold me a foe, if I unwittingly or in my rage have aught committed that is hardly borne by any in this presence, I desire to reconcile me to his friendly peace. 'Tis death to me to be at enmity. I hate it, and desire all good men's love. First, madam,
My Lord of Gloucester.
I entreat true peace of you, which I will purchase with my duteous service. Now, of you, my noble cousin Buckingham.
Good, my lord.
If ever any grudge were lodged between us. Now, of you, Lord Rivers.
My lord.
And Lord Grey, of you.
My lord.
That all without desert have frowned on me. Dukes, earls, lords, gentlemen, indeed of all.
Why, so, now I have done a good day's work, and more in peace my soul shall part to heaven, since I have made my friends at peace on earth.
A holy day shall this be kept hereafter. I would to God all strifes were well compounded. My sovereign lord, I do beseech your highness to take our brother Clarence to your grace.
Why, madam, have I offered love for this, to be so flouted in this royal presence? Who knows not that the gentle duke is dead? You do him injury to scorn his cause.
Who knows not he is dead? Who knows he is?
In heaven, what a world is this?
Is Clarence dead? The order was reversed.
But he, poor man, by your first order died, and that a winged Mercury did bear, some tardy cripple bear the countermand that came too lag to see him buried.
Oh, my brother killed no man. His fault was thought, and yet his punishment was bitter death. Who sued to me for him? Who in my wrath kneeled at my feet and bade me be advised? Who spoke of brotherhood? Who spoke of love? Who told me how the poor soul did forsake the mighty Warwick and did fight for me? Who told me in the field at Tewkesbury, when Oxford had me down, he rescued me and said, "Dear brother, live and be a king"? Who told me, when we both lay in the field, frozen almost to death, how he did lap me even in his garment, and did give himself all thin and naked to the numb, cold night? All this from my remembrance, brutish wrath sinfully plucked, and not a man of you had so much grace to put it in my mind. The proudest of you all have been beholding to him in his life, yet none of you would once beg for his life. Oh, God, I fear thy justice will take hold on me, and you, and yours, and mine. Come, haste,
My lord.
help me to my closet. Oh, poor Clara.
This is the fruit of rashness. Marked you not, my cousin Buckingham, how pale did look the guilty kindred of the Queen when they did hear of Clarence' death?
My lord, you do me shameful injury falsely to draw me in these vile suspects. And by heaven, I will acquaint his majesty of those taunts I often have endured.
What? Threat you me with telling of the king? Tell him and spare not. Look, what I have said I will avouch in presence of the king. Our brother was imprisoned by your means.
By him that raised me to this careful height, from that contented hap which I enjoyed, I never did incense his majesty against the Duke of Clarence, but have been an earnest advocate to plead for him.
You may deny that you were not the cause of my Lord Hastings' late imprisonment.
She may, my lord.
She may, Lord Rivers. Why, who knows not so? She may do more, sir, than denying that. She may help you to many fair preferments, and then deny her aiding hand therein, and lay those honors on your high desert.
My Lord of Gloucester, I have too long borne your blunt upbraidings and your bitter scoff. I had rather be a country servant maid than a great queen with this condition, to be thus baited, scorned, and stormed at. Small joy have I in being England's queen.
And let him be that small. God, I beseech him. Thy honor, state, and seat is due to me.
This is the old queen, Margaret of Anjou, widow of Henry VI, mother of Edward, Prince of Wales, both of whom found death through Richard in the struggle which deprived the House of Lancaster of the crown and set the Yorkists upon the throne. Unexpectedly returned from England, from the exile in France, Queen Margaret now strides into the court she has so much cause to hate, and Richard greets her.
Foul wrinkled witch, what makest thou in my sight? Were thou not banished on pain of death?
I was, but I do find more pain in banishment than death can yield me here by my abode. Hear me, you wrangling pirates, that fall out in sharing that which you have pilled from me. Which of you trembles not that looks on me? A husband and a son thou owest to me, Gloucester, and thou a kingdom, madam, and all of you allegiance. This sorrow that I have by right is yours, and all the pleasures you usurp are mine.
The curse my noble father laid on thee when thou didst crown his warlike brows with paper, and with thy scorn drewest rivers from his eyes, and then to dry them gavest him a kerchief steeped in the blood of Rutland, my sweet brother. His curses, then from bitterness of soul denounced against thee, are all fallen upon thee, and God, not we, hath plagued thy bloody deed.
So just as
No man but prophesied revenge for it, or Cumberland then present wept to see it.
What were you snarling all before I came, ready to catch each other by the throat, and turn you all your hatred now on me? Did York's dread curse prevail so much with heaven that Henry's death, my lovely Edward's death, their kingdom's loss, my woeful banishment, should all but answer for that peevish brat? And curses pierce the clouds and enter heaven, why then give way, dull clouds, to my quick curses. Though not by war, by surfeit die your king, as ours by murder, to make him a king. Edward thy son, that now is Prince of Wales, for Edward my son, which was Prince of Wales, die in his youth by like untimely violence. Thyself a queen, for me that was a queen, outlive thy glory like my wretched self, and after many lengthened hours of grief die, neither mother, wife, nor England's queen. Rivers and Dorset, you were standers by, and so wast thou, Lord Hastings, when my son was stabbed with bloody daggers. God, I pray him that none of you may live your natural age, but by some unlooked accident cut off.
Have done thy charm, thou hateful withered hag.
And leave out thee? Say, dog, for thou shalt hear me. If heaven have any grievous plague in store exceeding those that I can wish upon thee, oh, let them keep it till thy sins be ripe, and then hurl down their indignation on thee, thou troubler of the poor world's peace. The worm of conscience still the gnaw thy soul. Thy friends suspect for traitors while thou livest, and take deep traitors for thy dearest friends. No sleep close up that deadly eye of thine, and let it be as some tormenting dream affrights thee with a hell of ugly devils. Thou elfish-marked, abortive, rooting hog, thou that wast sealed in thy nativity, the slave of nature and the son of hell, thou slander of thy mother's heavy womb, thou loathed issue of thy father's loins, thou rag of honor, thou detested
Margaret!
Richard!
Huh?
I called thee not.
I cry thee mercy then, for I did think that thou hadst called me all those bitter names.
Right, so I did, but looked for no reply. Oh, let me make the period to my curse.
'Tis done by me and ends in Margaret.
Thus have you breathed your curse against yourself? Poor painted queen, vain flourish of my fortune. Why strewest thou sugar on that bottle spider, whose deadly web ensnareth thee about? Fool! Fool, thou whetst a knife to kill thyself. The day will come when thou shalt wish for me to help thee curse this poisonous bunchback toad.
Peace, peace, for shame, if not for charity.
Oh, princely Buckingham, I'll kiss thy hand in sign of league and amity with thee. Thy garments are not spotted with our blood, nor thou within the compass of my curse.
Nor no one here, for curses never pass the lips of those that breathe them in the air.
I will not think, but they ascend the sky, and there awake God's gentle sleeping peace. Oh, Buckingham, take heed of yonder dog. Look, when he fawns, he bites, and when he bites, his venom tooth will wrinkle to the death. Oh, have not to do with him. Beware of him. Sin, death, and hell have set their marks on him, and all their ministers attend on him.
What doth she say, my Lord of Buckingham?
Nothing that I respect, my gracious lord.
What? Dost thou scorn me for my gentle counsel, and soothe the devil that I warned thee from? Oh, but remember this another day, when he shall split thy very heart with sorrow, and say, poor Margaret was a prophetess. Leave each of you the subject of his hate, and he to yours, and all of you to God's.
My hair doth stand on end to hear her cursing. And so doth mine. I muse why she's at liberty.
I cannot blame her. By God's holy mother, she hath had too much wrong, and I repent my part thereof that I have done to her.
A virtuous and a Christian-like conclusion. Madam, His Majesty doth call for you and for your grace, and you, my noble lord.
Hastings, I come. Lord, will you go with me?
Hastings?
My lord,
What news?
the king is sickly, weak, and melancholy, and his physicians fear him mightily.
Now, by St. Paul, that news is bad indeed. Oh, he had kept an evil diet long, and overmuch consumed his royal person. It is very grievous to be thought upon. What, is he in his bed?
He is.
Go you before, and I will follow you. He cannot live, I hope, and now may die, since Clarence is packed post-horse up to heaven. Clarence, whom I indeed have cast in darkness, I do beweep to many simple gulls, namely to Hastings, Catesby, Buckingham, and tell them 'tis the Queen and her allies that stirred the King against the Duke, my brother. Now they believe it, and withal whet me to be revenged on rivers foreign grey. But then I sigh, and with a piece of scripture tell them God bids us do good for evil. And thus I clothe my naked villainy with odd old ends stolen out of Holy Writ, and seem a saint when I most play the devil. Which done, God take King Edward to his mercy, and leave the world for me to bustle in.
Doth the news hold of good King Edward's death?
Aye, sir, it is true.
Then masters look to see a troublous world.
No, by God's good grace, his son shall reign.
Woe to the land that's governed by a child.
Lamentation. I am not barren to bring forth complaint. All springs reduce their current to mine eyes, that I, being governed by the watery moon, may bring forth plenteous tears to drown the world. Oh, for my husband. My dear Lord Edward.
Madam, bethink you like a careful mother of the young prince, your son. Send straight for him, let him be crowned. In him your comfort lives. Drown desperate sorrow in dead Edward's grave, and plant your joys in living Edward's throne.
It is well said, my Lord Rivers. Let the prince be fetched forthwith from Ludlow with some little train, hither to London to be crowned our king.
Madam, have comfort. None can cure their harms by wailing them. So let us now determine who they shall be that straight shall post to Ludlow. Convoke the lords, and do thou sit with her to give thy counsel in this weighty business.
With all my heart, good Brother Gloucester. Come, Rivers, call the others to the chamber.
I will go seek them out, madam.
A moment, noble Gloucester.
Well, speak then, Buckingham.
My lord, whoever journeys to the prince, for God's sake let not us two stay behind. For on the way, I'll sought occasion to part the queen's proud kindred from the king.
My other self, my counsel's consistory, my oracle, my prophet, my dear cousin, I, like a child, will go by thy direction. Towards Ludlow, then, for we'll not stay behind.
What is the news?
Such news my queen has grieved me to report.
The prince?
Well, madam, and in health. Last night, His Highness at Northampton lay. Tomorrow or next day he will be here.
What is thy doleful news, then?
Lord Rivers and Lord Grey have sent to Pomfret. With them Sir Thomas Vaughan. Prisoners.
Who has committed them?
The mighty Dukes, Gloucester and Buckingham.
Ah, me, I see the ruin of my house. The tiger now has seized the gentle hind. Insulting tyranny begins to jet upon the innocent and aweless throne. welcome destruction, death and massacre. I see as in a map the end of all. Now must I take my youngest, little York, and with him flee to sanctuary.
To London. Dearest nephew, the weary way hath made you melancholy.
I want more uncles here to welcome me.
Those uncles which you want were dangerous. Your grace attended to their sugared words, but looks not on the poison of their hearts. God keep you from them and from such false friends.
God keep me from false friends. But they were none. I thought my mother and my brother York would long ere this have met us on the way. Oh, fie, what a slug is Hastings that he comes not to tell us whether they will come or no.
And in good time, here comes the sweating lord.
Welcome, Lord Hastings. Will my mother come?
On what occasion? God he knows, not I. The Queen your mother and your brother York have taken sanctuary. The tender prince would fain have come with me to meet your grace, but by his mother was perforce withheld.
Aye, what an indirect and peevish course is this of hers. Lord Cardinal, will your grace persuade the Queen to send the Duke of York unto his princely brother presently? If she deny him, then Lord Hastings from her jealous arms pluck him perforce.
My Lord of Buckingham, if she be obdurate to my entreaties, God in heaven forbid we should infringe the holy privilege of blessed sanctuary.
You break no sanctuary in seizing him. The benefits thereof is always granted to those whose dealings have deserved the place and those who have the wit to claim the place. My nephew neither claimed it nor deserved it, and therefore, in mine opinion, cannot have it. Oft have I heard of sanctuary men, but sanctuary children, ne'er till now.
My Lord of Gloucester, you all rule my mind. Come on, Lord Hastings. Will you go with me?
Our loving brother. Welcome, dread lord. So must I call you now.
How fares the noble Duke of York, our nephew?
Well, gentle uncle.
Now that your brother's here, my gracious prince, myself and my good cousin Buckingham will to your mother to entreat of her to meet you at the tower and welcome you.
What? Will you go to the tower, brother? Our Uncle Gloucester needs will have it so. I shall not sleep in quiet at the tower.
Why? What should you fear?
Marry, my Uncle Clarence, angry ghost. My grandam told me he was murdered there. I fear no uncles dead.
Nor none that live, I hope.
And if they live, I hope I need not fear. Come, brother York, and with a heavy heart thinking on them, go I unto the tower.
This completes Act 2 of the Columbia Workshop special hour and one-half presentation of the Old Vic Theater Company of London, England, in William Shakespeare's Richard III. Act 3 will follow after a 15-second pause for local station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
With Anne's property firmly in his grasp, his brother Clarence assassinated, King Edward dead, the Queen separated from her kinsman, and the two boy princes, Wales and York, her royal sons, detained in the Tower of London, Richard, now Lord Protector of the realm, leaps to faster and even bloodier action. He dispatches an order to Pomfret Castle in the north, and the Queen's henchmen, who are his captives there, are promptly put to death. Then Hastings, the Lord Chamberlain, is forced to make a choice of loyalty between Richard and the little princes in the Tower. And Hastings, when he chooses the late King Edward's heirs, at once finds himself preposterously accused of using witchcraft to shrink Richard's long, withered arm, whereupon he too is murdered. Now, as we meet Richard once again, we hear him plotting with his ally, the Duke of Buckingham, to remove all chance of public support for the little princes in the Tower by launching slanders against their legitimacy.
Go to the guild call, Cousin Buckingham. There, at your meetest vantage of the time, doubt the legitimacy of Edward's children. And should there needs to say yet more, tell them that when my mother got with child of that insatiate Edward, my princely father then had wars in France, and by true computation of the time found that this Edward was not his begot. Yet touch this sparingly as 'twere far off, because, my lord, you know, my mother lived.
Doubt not, my lord, I'll play the orator, as if the golden fee for which I plead were for myself.
If you thrive well, bring them to Baynard's Castle, where you shall find me well accompanied with reverend fathers and well-learned bishops.
I go, and towards 3 or 4 o'clock, look for the news that the guild hall affords.
How now? What say the citizens? Touched you the legitimacy of Edward's children?
I did. His own adulterous birth likewise, as being got your father then in France. Withal, I did infer your lineaments, being the right idea of your father, both in your form and nobleness of mind. Indeed, left nothing fitting for your purpose untouched or slightly handled in discourse. And when my oratory drew towards end, I bade them that did love their country's good cry, God save Richard, England's royal king.
And did they so?
No. So God help me, they spake not a word, but like dumb statues or breathing stones stared on each other and looked deadly pale. But haply some 10 followers of my own at lower end of the hall hurled up their caps, and some 10 voices cried, God save King Richard. And thus I took vantage of these few. Thanks, gentle citizens and friends, quoth I. This general applause and cheerful shout argues your wisdom and your love to Richard. And even here brake off and came away.
Oh, will not the mayor then and his brethren come?
The mayor is here at hand. Intend some fair. Play the maid's part. Still answer nay and take it. Go within. The mayor knocks.
I go. And if you plead as well for them as I can say nay to thee for myself, no doubt we bring it to a happy issue.
Welcome, Lord Mayor and gracious citizen. Welcome, my Lord of Buckingham. I think the Duke will not bespoke withal. Here comes his servant. How now, Catesby? What says your lord to my request?
He doth entreat your grace, my noble lord, to visit him tomorrow or next day. He is within with two right reverend fathers, divinely bent to meditation.
Return, good Catesby, to the gracious Duke. Tell him, myself, the mayor and aldermen, in deep designs in matter of great moment, are come to have some conference with his grace.
I'll signify so much to him straight.
Ah, my lord, this prince is not an Edward. He is not lolling on a lewd day bed, but on his knees at meditation, not dallying with a brace of courtesans, but meditating with two deep divines, not sleeping to engross his idle body, but praying to enrich his watchful soul. Happy where England would this virtuous prince take on his grace the sovereignty thereof. But sure, I fear we shall not win him to it. Marry, God defend his grace should say us nay.
Look up where he stands between two clergymen, two props of virtue for a Christian prince.
Famous Plantagenet and gracious prince, lend favorable ear to our request, and pardon us the interruption of thy devotion and right Christian zeal.
I do beseech your grace to pardon me, who, earnest in the service of my God, deferred the visitation of my friend. That leaving this, what is your grace's pleasure?
Your gracious self to take on you the charge and kingly government of this your land, not as protector, steward, substitute, or lowly factor for another's gain, but as successively from blood to blood, your right of birth, your empery, your own. For this, consorted with the citizens and by their vehement instigation, in this just cause, come I to move your grace.
Your love deserves my thanks, but my desert, unmeritable, shuns your high request. First, if all obstacles were cut away and my path were even to the crown, as the right revenue and due of birth, yet so much is my poverty of spirit, so mighty and so many my defects, that I would rather hide me from my greatness than in my greatness covet to be hid. But God be thanked, there is no need of me, and much I need to help you where there need. The royal tree hath left us royal fruit, which mellowed by the stealing hours of time will well become the seat of majesty. Now, on him I lay that you would lay on me, the right and fortune of his happy stars, which God defend that I should wring from him.
You say the princes are your brother's sons? So say we too, but not by Edward's wife. A beauty waning and distressed widow seduced the pitch and height of his degree to base declension and loathes bigamy. By her, in his unlawful bed, he got young Edward, whom our manners call the prince. Then, good my lord, take to your royal self this proffered benefit of dignity.
Do, good my lord, your citizens entreat you. Oh, make them joyful. Grant their lawful.
Alas, why would you heap these cares on me? I am unfit for state and majesty. I cannot, nor I will not yield to you.
Yet, whether you accept our suit or no, your brother's son shall never reign our king. And in this resolution here, we leave you. Come, citizens, we will entreat no more.
Call them back. We prince accept their suit. If you deny them, all the land will rue it.
Will you enforce me to a world of care? Call them again. I am not made of stone, but penetrable to your kind entreaties, albeit against my conscience and my soul, cousin of Buckingham and sage, grave men. Since you will buckle fortune on my back, I must have patience to endure the load,
But if black scandal or foul-faced reproach attend the sequel of your imposition, your mere enforcement shall acquittance me from all the impure blots and stains thereof, for God doth know, and you may partly see how far I am from the desire of this.
God bless your grace. We see it and will say it. Amen. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard. England's worthy king. England's worthy king. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard.
Reached it now. Richard has reached the throne. He's surrounded with the usual complement of lords, spiritual and temporal, of all the usual pomp and circumstance. He's invested with the royal scepter and diadem at the Abbey at Westminster. But never a more uneasy head wore a crown, and never a throne mounted by a king cast a darker shadow towards the future.
Stand all apart. Cousin of Buckingham, give me thy hand. Thus high by thy advice and thy assistance is King Richard seated. But shall we wear these glories for a day? Or shall they live, and we rejoice in them?
Still live they, and forever let them last.
Young Edward lives. Think now what I would speak.
Say on, my loving lord.
Why, Buckingham, I say I would be king.
Why, so you are, my thrice-renowned liege.
Am I king? 'Tis so, but Edward lives. Cousin, thou wast not wont to be so dull. Shall I be plain? I wish the prince is dead, and I would have it suddenly performed. What sayest thou now?
Your grace may do your pleasure.
Tut, tut, thou art all ice. Thy kindness freezes. Say, have I thy consent that they shall die?
Give me some little breath, some pause, dear lord, before I positively speak in this. I will resolve you herein presently.
The deep revolving, witty Buckingham no more shall be the neighbor to my counsels. Hath he held out with me so long untired, and stops he now for breath? Well, be it so. Catesby.
My gracious sovereign.
Knowest thou not any whom corrupting gold will tempt unto a close exploit of death?
I know a discontented gentleman whose humble means match not his haughty spirit. Gold were as good as 20 orators and will no doubt tempt him to anything.
What is his name?
His name, my lord, is Tyrrell.
And bloody act is done. The most arch deed of piteous massacre that ever yet this land was guilty of. Thus, girdling one another, lay the gentle babes. Their lips were 4 red roses on a stalk, which in their summer beauty kissed each other. A book of prayers on their pillow lay, which almost changed my mind. I smothered the most replenished sweet work of nature, that from the prime creation ere she framed.
Kind Tyrrell, am I happy in thy news?
If to have done the thing you gave in charge beget your happiness, be happy then, for it is done.
But didst thou see them dead?
I did, my lord.
And buried, gentle Tyrrell?
The chaplain of the tower hath buried them. But where, to tell the truth, I do not know.
Ah, my poor princess. Ah, my tender babes. Wilt thou, O God, fly from such gentle lambs and throw them in the entrails of the wolf? When didst thou sleep when such a deed was done? Oh, would to God that the inclusive verge of golden metal that must round my brow were red-hot steel to sear me to the brain. Anointed let me be with deadly venom, and die ere men can say, God save the Queen. To feed my humour, wish thyself no harm. Poor soul, I blame thee not. No, why? When he that is my husband now came to me as I followed Henry's course, this was my wish. Be thou, I quoth, accursed, for making me so young, so old a widow. And be thy wife, if any be so mad, more miserable by the life of thee than thou hast made me by my dear Lord's death. Lo, ere I could repeat this curse again, within so small a time, my woman's heart grossly grew captive to his honey words, and proved the subject of mine own soul. Who have any cause to mourn but I?
If ancient sorrow be most reverend, give mine the benefit of seigneury. I had an Edward till a Richard killed him. I had a Harry till a Richard killed him. Thou hadst an Edward till a Richard killed him. Thou hadst a Richard till a Richard killed him.
Oh, Margaret, thou prophesied the time should come that I should wish for thee to help me curse that bottle spider, that foul bunchback toad.
Richard yet lives, but at hand ensues his piteous and unpitied end. Earth gapes, hell burns, fiends roar, saints pray to have him suddenly conveyed from hence. Cancel his bond of life, dear God. I pray that I may live to say, the dog is dead.
For King Richard to stand against the fury of such hate as this would be the marvel of his or any other age. In it are the elements to shape his remaining days. From it springs his final and most potent antagonist, Henry, Earl of Richmond, last survivor of the old Lancastrian line, long in exile across the Channel in Brittany, all but disregarded as a serious claimant to the crown, all but forgotten during the popular reign of the late Edward. Upon the brutal killing of the little princes in the Tower, this quiet earl now becomes the hope and rallying point of all the British nobles, sickened by King Richard's bloody rule, shamed at their own complacence. Buckingham is among the first to join the rebels, though in his case fear, not justice, is the motive. And from this time on, every day the disaffection mounts. And every day messengers bring tidings of the rebellion's growing strength to an increasingly uneasy Richard.
with you?
My lord, I hear the Marquis Dorset's fled to Richmond in those parts beyond the sea where he abides.
Good news or bad that thou comest in so bluntly?
Bad news, my lord. Ely is fled to Richmond, and Buckingham backed with a hardy Welshman is in the field, and still his power increaseth.
How now, what news? Mighty sovereign, on the western coast rideth a puissant navy. To the shores throng many doubtful, hollow-hearted friends, unarmed and unresolved to beat them back. 'Tis thought that Richmond is their admiral.
As I remember, Henry VI did prophesy that Richmond should be king, when Richmond was a little peevish boy. How chanced the prophet could not at that time have told me, I being by, that I should kill him? Richmond. When last I was at Exeter, the mayor in courtesy showed me the castle, and called it Rougemont, at which name I started, because a bard of Ireland told me once I should not live long after I saw Richmond.
My gracious sovereign, now in Devonshire, Sir Edward Courtenay and his brother there, with many more confederates, are in arms.
In Kent-Beleat, the Guilfords are in arms.
My lord, the army have fled Buckingham.
Out on ye owls! Nothing but sons of death!
My liege, the Duke of Buckingham is taken.
Someone take order Buckingham be brought straightway to Salisbury and the headsman's block.
That is the best news. That the Earl of Richmond is with a mighty power landed at Milford is colder news, but yet they must be told.
Away towards Salisbury! While we reason here, a royal battle might be won and lost. Then fiery expedition be my wing. Jove's Mercury and herald for a king. Here, pitch our tents, even here in Bosworth Fields. Up with my tent. Here will I lie tonight. But where tomorrow? Well, all's one for that. Up with the tents. Come, noble gentlemen, let us survey the vantage of the ground. It calls for some men of sound direction. Let's lack no discipline, make no delay. For, sirs, tomorrow is a busy day.
This place is Bosworth Field, a broad and gentle plain lying athwart the British Midlands. And in this twilight hour, all sky and space and calm. And now, as he settles for the night, should Richard lay his ear against the ground, he could scarcely fail to catch the distant rumble of his adversary's coming. The Earl of Richmond is crossing England in a day, spurring himself and his men towards King Richard, Bosworth Field, and tomorrow.
Fellows in arms and my most loving friends, bruised underneath the yoke of tyranny, the wretched, bloody, and usurping boar that spoiled your summer fields and fruitful vines, swills your warm blood like wash, and makes his trough in your emboweled bosoms, this foul swine is now even in the center of this isle, near to the town of Leicester, as we learn. From Tamworth thither is but one day's march. In God's name, cheerly on, courageous friends, to reap the harvest of perpetual peace
by this one bloody trial of sharp war. Every man's conscience is 1,000 men to fight against this guilty homicide.
I doubt not that his friends will turn to us.
He hath no friends but what are friends for fear, which in his dearest need will fly to us. All for our vantage, then. In God's name, march. True hope is swift and flies with swallow's wings. Kings it makes gods, and meaner creatures kings.
What is the clock?
It's supper time, my liege. It's 9 o'clock.
I will not sup tonight. What is my beaver easier than it was, and all my armor laid into my tent?
It is, my liege, and all things are in readiness.
Ratcliffe,
My lord.
fill me a bowl of wine. Give me a watch. Saddle White Surrey for the field tomorrow. Look that my staves be sound, but not too heavy. Catesby,
My lord?
give me a bowl of wine. I have not that alacrity of spirit, nor cheer of mind that I was wont to have. Bid my guard watch. Leave me. Catesby,
Lord?
about the mid of night, come to my tent and help to arm me. Leave me, I say. O coward conscience, how thou dost afflict me. The lights burn blue. It is now dead midnight. Cold, fearful drops stand on my trembling flesh. What do I fear? Myself? There's none else by. Richard loves Richard. That is, I am I.
Let me sit heavy on thy soul tomorrow. I that was washed to death with fulsome wine. Poor Clarence, by thy guile betrayed to death. Tomorrow in the battle think on me, and fall thy edgeless sword. Despair, and die.
Dream on thy cousin, smothered in the tower. Let us be led within my bosom, Richard, and weigh thee down to ruin, shame, and death. Thy nephew's souls bid thee despair and die.
Let me sit heavy on thy soul tomorrow. Rivers that died at Pomfret, despair and die. Bloody and guilty, guiltily awake, and in a bloody battle end thy days. Think on Lord Hastings, despair and die. The first was I that helped thee to the crown. The last was I that felt thy tyranny. Oh, in the battle think on Buckingham, and die in terror of thy guiltiness.
Is there a murderer here? No. Yes, I am. Then fly. What, from myself? Great reason why. Lest I revenge. What, myself upon myself? Alack, I love myself. Wherefore? For any good that I myself have done unto myself? Oh, no. Alas, I rather hate myself for hateful deeds committed by myself. I am a villain. Yet I lie am not. Fool, of thyself speak well. Fool, do not flatter. My conscience hath 1,000 several tongues, and every tongue condemns me for a villain. Perjury. Perjury in the highest degree. Murder. Stern murder in the direst degree. All several sins, all used in each degree, throng to the bar, crying, "Oh, guilty! Guilty!" I shall despair. There is no creature loves me. And if I die, no soul shall pity me. Nay, wherefore should they? Since that I myself find in myself no pity to myself.
My lord.
Who's there?
My lord? 'Tis I. The early village cock hath twice done salutation to the morn. Your friends are up and buckle on their armor.
Oh, Catesby, I have dreamed a fearful dream. What thinkest thou? Will our friends prove all true?
No doubt, my lord.
Oh, Catesby, I fear. I fear.
Nay, good my liege, be not afraid of shadows.
By the Apostle Paul, shadows tonight have struck more terror to the soul of Richard than can the substance of 10,000 soldiers armed in proof and led by shallow Richmond. It is not yet near day. Come, go with me. Under our tents I'll play the eavesdropper, to hear if any mean to shrink from me.
Good morrow, Richmond.
Good morrow, noble lord.
How have you slept, my lord?
The sweetest sleep, the fairest boding dreams that ever entered in a drowsy head have I since your departure had, my lord. How far into the morning is?
Upon the stroke of 4.
Why then, 'tis time to arm and give direction. More than I have said, loving countrymen, the leisure and enforcement of the time forbids to dwell on. Yet, remember this. God and our good cause fight upon our side. The prayers of holy saints and wronged souls, like high-reared bulwarks, stand before our faces. Richard accepts. Those whom we fight against had rather have us win than him they follow. For what is he they follow? Truly, gentlemen, a bloody tyrant and a homicide. One raised in blood and one in blood established. One that hath ever been God's enemy. Now, if you fight against God's enemy, God will in justice ward you as his soldiers. Then, in the name of God and all these rights, advance your standards, draw your willing swords. For me, the ransom of my bold attempt shall be this cold course on the earth's cold face. But if I thrive, the gain of my attempt, the least of you shall share his part thereof. Sound drums and trumpets, boldly and cheerfully. God and St. George, Richmond and victory!
Who saw the sun today?
Not I, my lord.
Then he disdains to shine. For by the book he should have braved the east an hour ago. A black day will it be to somebody. Catesby,
My lord?
the sun will not be seen today. The sky doth frown and lower upon our army. I would these dewy tears were from the ground. Not shine today. What is that to me more than to Richmond? For the self-same heaven that frowns on me looks sadly upon him.
Arm, my lord, the foe vaunts in the field. Come, battle, to Paris and my horse. Go, gentlemen, every man to his charge. Let not our babbling dreams affright our souls, for conscience is a word that cowards use, devised at first to keep the strong in awe. Our strong arms be our conscience, swords our law. March on, join bravely, let us toot pell-mell, if not to heaven, then hand in hand to hell.
Rescue, my lord of Norfolk, rescue! The king enacts more wonders than a man, daring and opposite to every danger. His horse is slain and all on foot he fights, seeking for Richmond in the throat of death. Rescue, fair lord, or else the day is lost! A horse! My kingdom for a horse! Withdraw, my lord, I'll help you to a horse.
Slave, I have set my life upon a cast, and I will stand the hazard of the die. I think there be 6 Richmonds in the field. 5 have I slain today instead of him. A horse! A horse! My kingdom for a horse!
God and your arms be praised, victorious friends. The day is ours. The bloody dog is dead. And then, as we have ta'en the sacrament, we will unite the white rose and the red. England hath long been mad and scarred herself. The brother blindly shed the brother's blood. The father rashly slaughtered his own son. The son compelled, being butcher to the sire. All this divided York and Lancaster. Now civil wounds are stopped. Peace lives again. That she may long live here, God say, Amen.
Long live King Henry! Long live King Henry! Long live King
The Columbia Workshop has presented the Old Vic Theater Company of London, England, in a special 1.5 hour arrangement of the tragedy of King Richard III by William Shakespeare, starring Laurence Olivier in the part of Richard and Ralph Richardson as narrator. Other feature players in the cast were Joyce Redmond as Queen Anne, Margaret Leighton as Queen Elizabeth, Ina Burrell as Queen Margaret, Harry Andrews as Buckingham, Sidney Taffler as Catesby, and Peter Copley as Tyrrell. Special music was composed and conducted by Herbert Menges. The text was prepared for broadcast by James and Elizabeth Hart, and the production was directed by John Burrell, who had the association of Richard Sanville of CBS. Ralph Richardson, who was the narrator in today's broadcast, will have the title role of Henrik Ibsen's Peer Gynt, which will be the second of the two special 90-minute Columbia Workshop presentations of the Old Vic Theater Company of London. This repertory company is currently appearing in New York City under the auspices of Theater Incorporated. Tune in again next week for Peer Gynt by the Old Vic Theater Company. Your announcer is Harry Marble.
This is the Let's Pretend story of Melilot.
Come one, come all, the big over here with Let's Pretend. You'll laugh, you'll cry, and wonder why until the very end. The joy of storytelling you always do extend. So give a cheer, 'cause look for another Let's Pretend.
Hello, pretenders.
Hello, Uncle Ted.
Say, you've all heard the expression, appearances are deceiving, haven't you?
Sure.
And sometimes people say, you can't tell a book by its cover.
Mm-hmm.
Both sayings mean the same thing. You can't always tell what a person is like from his looks. And it's certainly lucky for the three young men in our story that a young girl named Melilot didn't go by appearances. And now, Matthew, suppose you tell us how we traveled to meet Melilot.
Well, I'd like to fly, Uncle Ted, only not in an airplane. On the back of an eagle, I think.
Well, now, that ought to be both fast and exciting. Everybody want to travel on an eagle's back?
You bet.
Okay, Emily, will you take charge of the magic?
Certainly, Uncle Ted. Magical sound men, every one of us would like an eagle to fly us right to Let's Pretend. And our story of Melilot. 1, 2, 3. Aren't they cute?
And there we are. Quiet now, you birds, while we all get on your backs. Ready?
I'm ready.
Hold tight, everybody. Let's go. Once upon a time, 3 brothers lived in a rich green countryside dotted with lakes, rivers, and waterfalls. On their own land was the magic spring, which was the source of the water, and the brothers guarded it faithfully. But then, one day, an evil sorceress named Madam Hatrod came to them with a terrible request.
I want that spring. If I had control of it, I could do what I wished with this valley. Let me have it, and I'll reward you handsomely.
Let you have it? Never.
Our father left it to us as a sacred trust. The whole water supply of the valley depends on that spring, and I know what you'd do. You'd let the valley dry up and become a desert.
And what would you care? You'd be rich enough to go wherever you wanted.
It's hopeless, Madam Hatrod. We'll never sell you the spring.
And you'll never find out from us the magic words that control it either.
So you might as well give up your wicked plans right now. This valley is going to stay rich and green forever.
Oh, you think so, do you? Well, I gave you your chance to profit from the deal. Now let me warn you. Give me that spring. Tell me the magic words, or I'll put you under such a dreadful enchantment you'll rue the day you were born.
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, wouldn't I? I give you till tomorrow night to make up your minds. Then I'll be back to see if you haven't reconsidered. Till tomorrow night, my friends.
She should be along any minute now, brothers.
Yes, it's completely dark now. I wonder what sort of enchantment she plans for us.
Something very unpleasant, without a doubt. You're sure, brothers, you don't want to change your minds and give Hatrod what she wants?
Let her have the spring so she can dry up every river and brook in the valley?
Listen. Hear our own stream rushing along in the darkness? Should that sound be stilled and never heard in the valley again?
Every farm for miles around would be ruined. Hundreds would starve because of us.
We can't let it happen. Whatever she does to us.
I agree.
Good for you, brothers. That's how I feel, too. Let her do her worst.
Listen to that wind.
And that raven.
She's coming. Hat Rod's coming.
Yes, I am here for your answer.
Good heavens! Madam Hatrod's the raven.
I transformed myself into a raven to show you how easy enchantments are for me. I can transform you three into anything if you choose to defy me. So come now. Do I get the spring?
No, Hatrod, you do not.
What? What are you saying?
We defy you, witch.
You shall not have the spring.
Then look your last on each other in your natural forms, and hear now what your doom shall be. Since you are so fond of water, from now on, bear the mark of your devotion. From now on, be half men, half frog.
No.
With hideous frog heads and frog legs. Go on, guard your spring. Gods of thunder, make it so! There! And your home, from now on, let it be a dirty, filthy hovel, suitable for such monsters as you are! And now, farewell, my ugly friends! No longer Robert, Richard, and William, but Squdge, Splash, and Wart. You'll have plenty of time from now on to consider your mistake.
And so Hatrod's terrible enchantment fell on the three brothers, and it seemed there was no way to end it. At first they had thought they would go down in the valley and ask if anyone, anywhere, knew of a magic greater than Hatrod's. But whoever saw the brothers in their hideous form ran screaming away from them. So they returned to the hovel that was their home and tried to find help in books.
Oh, it's no use. There's nothing in these books that tells how to end a spell like Hatrod's.
Well, we must face it, brothers. We're doomed for life. To live in the filth and squalor of this cabin. Too hideous for any of our men to look at.
Hopping about on these horrible frog legs.
Wait. Brothers, listen to this.
You found something?
A way to break the enchantment?
No, not that, Squdge, but a hint, a clue, as to where we might go to get help.
Well, what does it say?
Splash, have you ever heard of the Nymph of the Oak?
The Nymph of the Oak? No. Oh, wait a minute. Doesn't she dwell in the Forest of Fen, in the next kingdom?
That's right, I've heard of her.
Well, it says in this old book, she knows the answer to every enchantment under the sun.
Then we must go to her at once.
Yes, what are we waiting for?
But Splash, Squdge, now think a minute. It's miles, hundreds of miles to the Forest of Fen. We'll have to hop all the way. And we'll have to stay away from towns and settlements, too.
Would you let that stop you, Splash?
Never. If there's a chance anywhere in the world to find out how to be free, I say, let's go.
All right then, brothers. Let the way be long and hard. If we find the way to freedom, at the end of it, it's worth it. All the way. Come, let us start at once. Well, the way was long and hard. For many weary weeks the brothers traveled. But at last they entered the Forest of Fen and found their way to the magic oak where dwelled the nymph they sought. Now they're standing by the tree. Brothers, perhaps the simplest thing would be just to speak quietly and explain our trouble.
All right. You do it, Wirt.
Nymph of the oak, we stand before you, three brothers, transformed into such a shape that none of our fellow men can bear to look at us. It is the doing of the evil sorceress Hatrod, who was angry because we would not sell or give her our spring for her own wicked uses. Nymph of the oak, can you tell us how we may be free?
Why doesn't she answer?
Listen. The leaves are stirring.
Hear me, brothers.
She speaks. A voice comes from nowhere.
First to serve and say no word, then be served and served again. At last release so long deserved will change you back again to men.
Wart, she's told us.
But the meaning of her words. First to serve and say no word, then be served. Nymph of the oak, you mean someone must serve us? But who? Who, when no one can bear to look on us?
Only so may the spell be broken. Return to your home now. I have spoken.
Now the brothers were almost as unhappy as before. All through the long journey toward home, they asked themselves how the nymph's words could possibly come true. While they were still a long way from home, night fell, and a terrible storm broke.
I've never known such a storm. The rain comes down in torrents.
Oh, for once being half frogs is an advantage of the sort. Just the same. I wish we could find some sort of shelter.
Wait. Look ahead through the trees, Ward. Isn't that a light?
It is. There's a cottage of some sort there. But, brothers, think. We can't just go to the door and ask for shelter. We'd frighten whoever lived there out of their wits. Oh, that's true. Brothers, that crack of lightning. Look out! That tree was struck. It's falling. Look, it fell on that cottage with the roof smashed in.
Oh, heaven help whoever lives there.
Oh, what shall I do? What shall I do?
Listen, it's the voice of a girl, and she's terrified. Brothers,
yes, we have to offer help at least.
We can tell her there's no need to be frightened. We are enchanted to these forms.
Squudge, no. Remember the nymph of the oak? First to serve and say no word. Maybe this is our opportunity. But remember, not a word of explanation, just the offer of help.
All right, but let's hurry. The door is this way, brothers. Come on.
Oh, thank heaven, whoever you are. Oh, my goodness. What are you creatures?
Do not be frightened, little maiden. However fearsome we look, we only wish to help you.
But
We understand you must be shocked at first sight of us, but please let us help you.
We know the tree crashed into your roof. We heard you crying. Brothers, look inside. The roof timbers have crashed in. Rain's pouring in.
Let us haul the tree off the roof and patch it for you. Please.
Oh, sir, forgive me. You are very kind, and I have been very rude. Won't you please come in out of the rain?
Brothers, did you hear? She asks us in.
She'll let us serve.
Oh, you hop. You have men's bodies and frogs' legs.
Please don't be frightened. We can't help it. You see, we...
Say no word, Mother.
Oh, forgive me. Your voices are gentle. I didn't mean to gasp. Here, let me close the door. And if you can help me, I will appreciate it very much. I'm all alone here. Father had to go on a journey, and all was well till the storm struck.
All will be well again in no time. Have you hammers and nails, little maiden?
Oh, yes, and I'll get them at once. And my name is Melilot, gentlemen.
Melilot.
And you call us gentlemen.
Won't you tell me your names?
We are known now as Squudge, Splash, and Wart. Ugly names for ugly creatures.
No, don't say that. I'm glad to meet you all, and you're wonderful to help me. I'll go get the hammer and nails at once.
Brothers, the first part of the nymph's requirements is coming true.
Ah, but there's all the rest of it, Wart. Is it possible we'll be served and served again?
This little maiden, Melilot, has already proved herself different from anyone who has ever seen us.
But will she fulfill all the requirements?
She's coming back, and our fate is in her hands.
Yes, from now on, our fate depends on Melilot. Flash, hold the light over here for a moment. That's it. Here we go. All right, Melilot. The last nail. And the roof is fixed.
Throw down the hammer, Wart. Slide down those extra boards, Splash.
Oh, I don't know how to thank you, all of you.
Look out below.
I'm jumping down.
Here I come. Yes, the roof is snug as can be now.
I can see that. You fixed it good as new. Oh, but you must be very tired.
Not a bit, Melilot. It was good to work.
But now you must come into the cottage. I fixed a fire so it's warm and cozy. You must rest. That's right. Come on in.
Thank you. We'll be glad. You're always
very good now. Ah, it is cozy in here, and so clean. Oh, how nice it would be to live once more like this.
Splash. Shh. But it's true. Everything does shine. And you keep house all by yourself for your father, Melilot?
Yes, and I'm glad you think things look nice, but... Oh, I know that most of all you must be hungry now, and it's just because Father's been gone so long, and just tonight... Well, just tonight...
Melilot, what's wrong?
Don't cry. Please don't.
Just tell us what's wrong.
Well, you've worked so hard for me, and more than anything, I'd love to serve you a real meal, but I haven't eaten a single crust of bread to offer you. I'm so sorry.
What was that?
Melilot, look.
Look on the table.
Why, there's a full loaf of bread, and a pitcher filled with milk, but where on earth did they come from?
First to serve, then be served.
She wanted to serve us, you know.
Oh, but I shan't ask where the food came from. I'm just so glad I have something to offer you now. Here, I'll break the bread into 3 parts and divide the milk. There you are. Now, please, sit down, eat, and enjoy yourself. Oh, and I do have some honey in the pantry. I'll go get it.
Splash and Squudge, you saw that bread and milk appear out of nowhere?
We certainly did. Magic's working for us now.
What's more, she's surely hungry, but she divided the bread and milk and kept nothing for herself.
Dare we give her some of ours, or would that go against the nymph's instructions?
Then be served and served again. I don't know, Wart.
Here we are. Here's honey for your bread.
Oh, it looks wonderful, Melilot. But won't you share our feast?
Oh, no, I'm not hungry, truly. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, another loaf of bread, another pitcher of milk out of nowhere.
Now, will you admit you're hungry, Melilot?
Well, now that there is enough for all of us, yes, I guess I will have some bread and milk.
It does taste good.
Doesn't it? And to think it came by magic. Is there something special about you 3 that brings magic like this?
I think there's something special about you, Melilot.
About me? Oh, no. That's where you're wrong.
You let us help you, then you fed us.
And now I'm going to see to it you all 3 go to bed, too. I don't know where you live, but it's much too late for you to travel on tonight, tired as you are. You must stay here. There's plenty of room in here, and I'll sleep in a hammock out on the porch. It'll be lovely sleeping there now that the storm is over. Come now, one bedroom's over there. The other one is right next. So to bed with you all. And a very good night.
Come, brothers.
Good night, Melilot.
Good night.
Poor things. Poor kind creatures, hopping so awkwardly. And to think I was frightened of them when I first saw them. I only wish there was some way to help them. For somehow I'm sure they need help. Well, time for me to go out to my hammock. Good night, Splash, Squudge, and Wart. Sleep well. Are you ready, Sister Fairy? I am with all my heart. The spinning wheel is ready. Then let our magic start. Moon, send your beams to us, silvery bright. Wind, start your spinning with breeze, hot and light. Stream, send us all of your foam and your froth. Weave us the loveliest fairy light cloth. Why, what in the world is happening? Am I dreaming? Those 2 tiny creatures there on the grass. And is that a spinning wheel? Melilot watching our spinning and weaving. Melilot watching with wide open eyes. Melilot wondering what we are making. Melilot's going to have a surprise. I'm not dreaming.
Those are fairies. I see them. I hear them.
Put all our magic into the spinning.
The cloth must be finished before we are through.
Now fold it and carry it. Lay it down gently.
At the feet of sweet Melilot, loving and true. Oh, wait, please tell me.
Why, they're gone. And I'd be sure I'd been dreaming, but for this bundle of snowy white cloth at my feet. Oh, it's beautiful. What shall I do with it? I know. My new friends, Squudge, Splash, and Wart, their shirts are all torn and tattered. I'll make each one of them a new one. Tonight, while they're asleep, I'll make them so they'll be ready in the morning. That's something I can do to make them happy.
Splash! Wart! Wake up, quickly! Look here!
What is it, Squudge?
What's the matter? Look at these shirts. 3 of them.
Why, how beautiful they are. And they're made by hand, every stitch. Melilot made them all herself, for us. Brothers, once again she served us.
First to serve and say no word, then be served and served again.
Brothers, let's put on these shirts. Let's put them on quickly. So, my arm in one armhole, then in the other. Brothers, look at me. The miracle has happened.
William, you are yourself again. The spell is ended. Now, I.
And I. Look, brothers. Wait. It's a miracle. Oh, Robert, Richard, to see you again in your natural form. But look, out the window there. There's our good angel, still sleeping in her hammock.
Come quickly, both of you. We must thank her.
Yes, but how can we ever thank her enough? Look, we walk as men again. Shh, here she is, her eyes fast closed. And look, her dress is as tattered as our old shirts were. But it was us she thought of, not herself.
Melilot, I kiss the hem of the ragged dress you wear, that we might be clothed as we are.
Look, her dress is transformed to finest silk.
And there are jewels twined in her hair.
Brothers, our gratitude works magic too. Look, I kiss the wall of the cottage which sheltered us.
And the cottage is transformed
to a splendid home. She's waking.
Oh, my goodness. It's bright daylight. Oh, who are you three?
Dear Melilot, look at the shirts we wear. Shirts you made for us.
But I made them for 3 poor, ugly...
Yes, you made them for Squudge, Splash, and Wart, 3 poor enchanted brothers. But your loving kindness has broken the enchantment, Melilot. And now you see us as we truly are. Robert, Richard, and William. Your most devoted friends forever.
Oh, it's a miracle. And how glad I am. Oh, you look so handsome. Oh, you're dressed so richly. You'll be ashamed of... Why, look. My dress. It's a silk. And my hair. Jewels are twined in my braids. Why, I, too, am transformed.
And your little house, Melilot. Do you see it now?
Oh, everything is so beautiful now.
Oh, no, brothers. Listen.
What? I only hear a raven croaking.
A raven? Can it be Hatrod the witch?
It is. It must be. She's discovered the enchantment is broken. William, what shall we do?
These shirts Melilot wove for us. They're magic. Quickly, brothers, take them off.
But I don't understand. Oh, that bird. She's lighting right before you.
Who has dared undo my enchantment?
Quickly, brothers, throw the shirts over her. Bind her legs with them.
Let me go! Let me go!
Tie her feet together.
Oh, but you're hurting her.
She can't break through the magic cloth. I was right.
Why are you treating her so hard?
Melilot, this creature you see as a raven is really an evil witch, Madame Hatrod.
It was she who enchanted us. She's cruel and evil, Melilot. Don't go near her.
Oh, I can't believe it. Oh, poor little raven.
I do not fear you. I love you. See? I stroke your wings.
Go away! Go away!
I kiss your shining black head. Oh, what have I done? Where is she? What happened?
Look, brothers, where the raven stood, there's just a lump of mud. Only a lump of black mud.
The raven's gone. The witch is gone.
And it's Melilot's doing. Oh, brothers, isn't it clear now? Hatred and evil cannot live where love is. Hetrod had to die when Melilot kissed her. The love in Melilot's heart can accomplish every miracle. It's true.
True indeed.
Dear Melilot, thanks to you, the valley is safe forever from the schemes of this witch. We can all live happily from now on, thanks to the love in your heart.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Great Plays.
Great Plays. Its seventh production this season in the series of great plays, the National Broadcasting Company presents Shakespeare's romantic comedy, The Tempest, with Sir Cedric Hardwicke, Jessica Tandy, Louis Hector, and Irene Wicker. This charming and imaginative drama represents the Bard of Avon at the full maturity of his art. It may have been the last play that he wrote. It is certainly his most highly original work. It stands alone in bold perfection among the great plays of all literature.
Be not afeard. The isle is full of noises, sounds, and sweet airs that give delight and hurt not. Sometimes 1,000 twangling instruments will hum about mine ears, and sometimes voices that if I then had waked after long sleep will make me sleep again. And then, in dreaming, the clouds methought would open and show riches ready to drop upon me, that when I waked, I cried to dream again.
So spoke the monster Caliban, for a time the only inhabitant on the uncharted remote island which is the scene of the Tempest. Caliban, the misshapen son of the witch Sycorax, inherited the marks of evil which disfigured his mother's mind. Sycorax died soon after she had borne this grotesque son of hers, and Caliban grew up alone on the island, eating what food he could get with his hands, speechless, for he knew no language, more like an animal than a man. One day, Caliban's solitary kingdom was invaded by a man from the outer world and a small girl that was his daughter. They were Prospero and Miranda, marooned here by the treachery of Prospero's enemies. Had been Duke of Milan before he was cast away on this island. But he was not the type of ruler to succeed in a corrupt world. Rather than pomp and glory, he preferred ease and quiet. Rather than warfare, he chose a scholar's life. Instead of being wary and suspicious, Prospero was a trusting man, quick to smile. Foolishly, he put his faith in his brother Antonio. Leagued with the King of Naples, Antonio usurped Prospero's ducal throne.
12 years since, Miranda, 12 years since, thy father was the Duke of Milan and a prince of power.
Oh, my father. What foul play had we that became from then?
My brother and thy uncle called Antonio. I pray thee mark me, that a brother should be so perfidious. The government I cast upon my brother, and to my state grew stranger, being transported and wrapped in secret studies. The King of Naples, being an enemy to me inveterate, hearkens my brother's suit to presently extirpate me and mine out of the dukedom, and confer fair Milan with all the honors on my brother. Whereon a treacherous army levied, one midnight fated to the purpose, did Antonio open the gates of Milan, and in the dead of darkness the ministers for the purpose hurried thence me and thy crying self.
Alack, for pity.
They hurried us aboard a bark, bore us some leagues to sea, where they prepared a rotten carcass of a boat, not rig, nor tackle, sail, nor mast. The very rats instinctively had quitted. There they hoisted us to cry to the sea that roared to us.
How came we ashore?
By providence divine. Some food we had, and some fresh water that a noble Neapolitan Gonzalo did give us. Knowing I loved my books, he furnished me from mine own library with volumes that I prize above my dukedom.
Would I might but ever see that man.
Here in this island we arrived, and here have I, thy schoolmaster, made thee more profit than other princesses can, that have more time for vainer hours, and tutors not so careful.
Heaven thank you for it.
Although Prospero's first task was the upbringing and education of his daughter Miranda, yet in his kindness he found time to teach that strange creation Caliban how to live more comfortably, and above all, how to speak. One day, by chance, Prospero discovered an exquisite spirit of the supernatural world, a former servant of the dead witch Sycorax. This was the mischievous, delicate, frolicsome, childlike sprite, Ariel. Ariel, the ethereal personification of will and accomplishment with the lightning speed. Prospero, having released him from his prison in a cloven pine, Ariel swears lasting obedience. He fills the isle with sweet music. He revels in his fun. On a summons from Prospero, he appears.
Oh, hail, great master! Grace, hail! I come to answer thy best pleasure. I come from the deep nook, where once thou call'st me up at midnight to fetch dew from the still vexed Bermoothes. I come to answer thy best pleasure. Seek to fly, to swim, to dive into the fire, to ride on the curled clouds, to thy strong bidding, tosk Ariel, and all his gaiety.
With a dainty servant such as this, a featherless angel, as he has been called, Prospero developed great knowledge of magic from his rare books, and attained great power. With Ariel's help, he could even control the elements. One day, Ariel brings Prospero startling news. The very two villains who had deposed him and callously set him and his daughter adrift, Antonio and the King of Naples, are at that moment traveling on the high seas. Prospero calls Ariel to him. Go, Ariel, he says, and create such a tempest upon the seas that my enemies will be shipwrecked and cast ashore here. Such a storm does Ariel create. The wind howls, the thunder roars, the waves roll like mountains. The ship begins to sink. the passengers cast themselves into the sea and struggled to make the shore of the island. Ariel, under Prospero's orders, is careful that each passenger and member of the crew reaches land safely, though on different parts of the island. Prospero, at last, has his enemies in his power. The King of Naples' son, Prince Ferdinand, is one of the castaways. If my daughter Miranda should marry Ferdinand, muses Prospero, she would one day become both Duchess of Milan and Queen of Naples, occupying the thrones of both my enemies. Might not this be a quaint beginning to revenge? Prospero directs Ariel to bring Prince Ferdinand to him, to lure him across the island with a song.
Sounds no more. And sure it waits upon some god of the island. Sitting on a bank, weeping again the king my father's wreck, this music crept by me upon the waters, allaying both their fury and my passion with its sweet air. Thence I followed it, or it hath drawn me rather, but 'tis gone. No, it begins again.
On by Ariel's song, Prince Ferdinand nears the place where Prospero and Miranda stand. And Miranda, who has never before seen any man except her father, looks at the young prince in wonder.
What is? A spirit? Lord, how it looks about. Believe me, sir, it carries a brave form. But 'tis a spirit.
No, wench, it eats and sleeps and has such sense as we have, sir.
Oh.
This gallant which thou seest was in the wreck.
Oh.
He hath lost his fellows and strays about to find them.
I might call him a thing divine. For nothing natural I ever saw so noble.
It goes on, I see, as my soul prompts it. Spirit, fine spirit, I'll free thee within 2 days for this.
Oh, most sure the goddess on whom these airs attend. Vouchsafe my prayer may know if you remain upon this island. My prime request, which I do last pronounce, is, oh, you wonder, if you be maid or no?
No wonder, sir, but certainly a maid.
My language, heavens.
At first sight they have changed eyes. They are both in either's powers. But this swift business I must uneasy make, lest too light winning make the prize light. A word, good sir. I fear you have done yourself some wrong. A word.
Why speaks my father so ungently?
I charge thee, Ferdinand, that thou attend me. Thou dost here usurp the name thou owest not, and hast put thyself upon this island as a spy, to win it from me, the lord on't.
No, as I'm a man.
There's nothing ill can dwell in such a temple. If the ill spirit had so fair a house, good things will strive to dwell with it.
Follow me, sir. Daughter, speak not you for him. He is a traitor. Come. I'll manacle thy neck and feet together. Sea water shalt thou drink. Thy food shall be the fresh brook mussels, withered roots, and husks wherein the acorn cradled. Follow.
No, I will resist such entertainment till mine enemy has more power.
Oh, dear father, make not too rash a trial of him, for he is gentle and not fearful.
Put thy sword up, traitor, who makes to show but dares not strike. Thy conscience is so possessed with guilt. Come from thy ward, for I can here disarm thee with this stick and make thy weapon drop.
Beseech you, father.
Hang not on my garments.
Sir, have pity, I be his surety.
Silence! One word more shall make me chide thee, if not hate thee. Come on, sir, obey. I cast a magic spell upon thy limbs.
Why?
Thy nerves are in their infancy again and have no vigor in them.
So they are. My spirits, as in a dream, are all bound up. My father's loss, the weakness which I feel, the wreck of all my friends, no, this man's threats to whom I'm subdued are but light to me. Might I but through my prison once a day behold this maid.
Come, sir, follow.
Father.
Speak not for him, Miranda.
Meanwhile, Ferdinand's father, Alonso, King of Naples, sits on the shore of a different part of the island with Prospero's brother Antonio and his own brother Sebastian, and Gonzalo, the kindly old nobleman who had helped Prospero and Miranda many years before. As Alonso sits bowed in grief, Gonzalo attempts to console him.
Beseech you, sir, be merry.
Oh.
You have cause, so have we all of joy, for our escape is much beyond our loss. Our hint of woe is common. Every day some sailor's wife, the master of some merchant, and the merchant have just our theme of woe. But for the miracle, I mean our preservation.
Prithee, peace.
He receives comfort like cold porridge.
The visitor will not give him more, so...
Look, he's winding up the watch of his wit. By and by it'll strike.
Sir.
One, tell.
Though this island seem to be desert, uninhabitable and almost inaccessible, yet the air breathes upon us here most sweetly, and here is everything advantageous to life.
If but one of his pockets could speak, would it not say he lies?
Methinks our garments are now as fresh as when we put them on first.
Oh, what impossible matter will he make easy next?
I think he'll carry this island home in his pocket and give it to his son for an apple.
And sowing the kernels of it in the sea, bring forth more islands.
Sir, we were talking that our garments seem now as fresh as when we were at Tunis at the marriage of your daughter, who is now queen.
You cram these words into mine ears against the stomach of my sense. Would I had never married my daughter there, for coming thence my son is lost. Oh, thou mine heir of Naples and of Milan, what strange fish hath made his meal on thee?
Sir, he may live. I saw him beat the surges under him and ride upon their backs, his bold head above the contentious waves he kept.
No, he's gone.
It is foul weather in us all, good sir, when you are cloudy.
Foul weather?
Very foul.
Had I plantation of this isle, my lord?
He'd sowed with nettle seed.
Or docks, or mallows.
And were the king on't, what would I do?
Escape being drunk for want of wine.
In the Commonwealth, I would by countries execute all things. For no kind of traffic would I admit, no name of magistrate. Letter should not be known, riches, poverty, and use of service, none. Contract, succession, born, bound of land, tilth, vineyard, none. No use of metal, corn, or wine, or oil, no occupation, all men idle, all, and women too, but innocent and pure, no sovereignty.
Yet he would be king on't.
The latter end of his commonwealth forgets the beginning.
I would with such perfection govern, sir, to excel the golden age.
Save his majesty.
Long live Gonzalo.
And do you mark me,
Prithee no more. Thou dost talk nothing to me.
On another part of the island, Caliban grumbles over his menial tasks demanded of him by Prospero in punishment for his attempted violation of Miranda. Enraged, the bestial creature curses.
All the infections that the sun sucks up from bogs, fens, flats on Prospero fall, and make him by inch meal a disease. His spirits hear me, and yet I needs must curse. But they'll nor pinch, fright me with urchin shows, pitch me i' the mire, nor lead me like a firebrand in the dark out of me way, unless he bid them. But for every trifle they are set upon me, sometimes like apes that mow and chutter at me, and after bite me. Sometime am I all wound round with adders, who with cloven tongues do hiss me into maggots.
Caliban's cursing is interrupted by the approach of Trinculo, King Alonso's jester, who, since the tempest, has been vainly searching the island for his lost shipmates.
Oh, here's neither bush nor shrub to bear off any weather at all, and another storm brewing. Oh, I hear it sing in the wind. I know not where to hide my head.
Lo, now lo, here comes the spirit of Prospero's, and to torment me for bringing wood in slowly, I'll fall flat. Perchance he will not mind me.
What have we here? A man or a fish? Dead or alive? A fish. He smells like a fish. A very ancient and fish-like smell. A strange fish. Leg like a man and fins like arms. Oh, mummy trough. This is no fish, but an islander that has lately suffered by a thunderbolt. Oh, the storm is come again. My best way is to creep under his cloak. There is no other shelter hereabout. Oh, misery acquaints a man with strange bedfellows.
Trinculo huddles beneath Caliban's cloak. Caliban, believing him to be some punishing spirit of Prospero's, lies still as death, paralyzed with fear. When through the woods, a second man approaches.
I shall no more to see. Here shall I die a show. Yes, 'tis a scurvy tune to sing at a man's funeral. Well, here's my comfort.
That was the voice of Stefano, the king's butler, one survivor of the wreck who cared very little about his predicament. For Stefano had floated to land on a barrel of wine, and having tugged it ashore, promptly started to sample its contents.
Master the swabber, the fold and I, the gunner and his mate, the small make Marion and Marjorie, but none of it's cared for Kate.
Do not torment me! Oh!
What's the matter? Have we devils here?
The spirit torments me. Oh!
This is some monster of the isle with 4 legs, who hath got, as I take it, an ague. Where the devil should he learn our language?
Do not torment me, prithee. I'll bring me wood home faster.
He's in his fit now, and does not talk after the wisest. He shall taste of my bottle. If he have never drunk wine afore, it'll go near to remove his fit.
Thou dost me but little hurt. Thou wilt anon. I know it by thy trembling.
Come on your ways. Open your mouth. Here is that which will give language to you, cat. Open your mouth. This will shake your shaking, I can tell you. And that soundly. Open your chaps again.
I know that voice. It should be. Oh, but he's drowned, and these are devils. Oh, defend me.
4 legs and 2 voices? The most delicate monster. If all the wine in my bottle will recover him, I will help his ague. Come, drink. Amen. I'll pour some in thy other mouth.
Stefano!
Doth thy other mouth call me? Mercy, mercy, this is the devil and no monster. I will leave him.
Stefano! If thou be a Stefano, touch me and speak to me, for I am Trinculo. Oh, be not afeard, thy good friend, Trinculo.
If thou beest Trinculo, come forth. I'll pull thee by the lesser legs. If any be Trinculo's legs, these are they. Thou art very Trinculo indeed. How camest thou to be in the siege of this mooncalf?
I took him to be killed with a thunderstroke. But art thou not drowned, Stefano?
No.
I hope now that thou art not drowned.
No.
And art thou living, Stefano? Oh, Stefano! Do Neapolitans escape?
Prithee, do not turn me about. My stomach is not constant.
These be fine things, and if they be not sprites, that's a brave god, and bear celestial liquor. I'll kneel to him.
Trinculo, how didst thou escape? How camest thou hither? Swear by this bottle how thou camest hither. I escaped upon a butt of sack which the sailors heaved overboard. By this bottle, which I made of the bark of a tree with my own hands since I was cast ashore.
I'll swear upon that bottle to be thy true subject, for the liquor is not earthly.
Trinculo, swear then how thou escapest.
I swam ashore, man, like a duck. I can swim like a duck, I'll be sworn. Oh, Stefano, hast any more of this?
The whole butt, man. My cellar is in a rock by the seaside where my wine is hid. How now, mooncalf? How dost thine ague?
Hast thou not dropped from heaven?
Out of the moon, I do assure thee. I was the man in the moon when time was.
I've seen thee in her, and I do adore thee.
Come, swear to that on my bottle. I will furnish it anon with new contents. Swear.
By this good light, this is a very shallow monster. I afeared of him. Oh, a very weak monster. The man in the moon. A most poor, credulous monster.
I'll show thee every fertile inch of the island, and I will kiss thy foot. I pray thee be my God.
By this light, a most perfidious and drunken monster. When God's asleep, he'll rob his bottle.
I'll kiss thy foot. I'll swear myself thy subject.
Come then, down and swear.
And I'll show thee the best springs. I'll pluck thee berries. I'll fish for thee and get thee wood enough. A plague upon the tyrant that I serve. I'll bear him no more sticks, but follow thee, thou wondrous man.
A most ridiculous monster, to make a wonder of a poor drunkard.
I prithee, let me bring thee where crabs grow, and I with my long nails will dig thee pig nuts, show thee a jay's nest, and instruct thee how to snare the nimble marmoset. I'll bring thee to clustering filberts, and sometimes I'll get the young scammels from the rocks. Wilt thou go with me?
I prithee now, lead the way without any more talk. Trinculo, the king, and all our company else being drowned, we will inherit here. Here, Here, prepare my bottle. Fellow Trinculo, we'll fill him by and by again.
Farewell, master. Farewell. Farewell.
Howling monster, a drunken monster.
No more dams I'll make for fish. No fetching, firing at requiring. No straight trencher. No washing.
No.
Ban. Caliban has a new master. Get a new man.
Freedom. Yes, freedom.
Meanwhile, as Caliban deserts his labors, Ferdinand works diligently at his. For Prospero, to test the mettle of his love for Miranda, has set him to hard labor, scarcely befitting his rank.
This my mean task would be as heavy to me as odious. But the mistress which I serve quickens what's dead and makes my labors pleasures. I must remove some thousands of these logs and pile them up upon a sore injunction. My sweet mistress weeps when she sees me work. I forget, but these sweet thoughts do even refresh my labors.
Alas, now pray you work not so hard. I would the lightning had burnt up those logs that you're enjoined to pile. Pray set it down and rest you. My father is hard at study. Pray now rest yourself. He's safe for these 3 hours.
Oh, most dear mistress, the sun will set before I shall discharge what I must strive to do.
If you'll sit down, I'll bear your logs a while. Pray give me that. I'll carry it to the pile.
No, precious creature. I'd rather crack my sinews, break my back, than you should such dishonor undergo while I sit lazy by.
It would become me as well as it does you. And I should do it with much more ease, for my goodwill is to it and yours it is against. You look wearily.
No, noble mistress. 'Tis fresh morning with me when you are by at night. I do beseech you, chiefly that I might set it in my prayers. What is your name?
Miranda. Oh, my father, I have broke your hest to say so.
Admired Miranda. Indeed, the top of admiration, worth what's dearest to the world. For several virtues have I liked several women, never any with so full soul. But some defect in her did quarrel with the noblest grace she owed, and put it to the foil. But you, oh, you, so perfect and so peerless, are created of every creature's best.
How features are abroad, I am skilless of. But by my modesty, the jewel in my dower, I would not wish any companion in the world but you. Nor can imagination form a shape besides yourself to like of.
Hear my soul speak. The very instant I saw you did my heart fly to your service.
Do you love me?
Oh, heaven, oh, earth, bear witness to this sound. I, beyond all limit of what else in the world, do love, prize, honor you.
I am a fool to weep at what I'm glad of.
Wherefore weep you?
At mine unworthiness, that dare not offer what I desire to give, and much less take what I shall die to want. But this is trifling, and all the more it seeks to hide itself the bigger bulk it shows. Hence bashful cunning, and prompt me plain and holy innocence. I am your wife, if you will marry me. If not, I'll die your maid. To be your fellow you may deny me, but I'll be your servant whether you will or no.
My mistress, dearest, and I thus humble ever.
My husband, then?
I, with a heart as willing as bondager of freedom. Here's my hand.
And mine, with my heart in it.
On another part of the island, sprawled out before a great cask of wine, are those 3 bibulous companions, Stefano, Trinculo, and the quaint monster Caliban.
Tell not me. When the butt is out, we will drink water, not a drop before. Servant monster, drink to me.
Servant monster. Oh, the folly of this island. They say there's but 5 upon this isle. We are 3 of them. If the other 2 be brain like us, the state totters.
Drink, servant monster, when I bid thee. Thy eyes are almost set in thy head.
Well, where should they be set else? He were a brave monster indeed if they were set in his tail.
Thou shalt be my lieutenant, monster, or my stand. Mooncalf, speak once in thy life if thou beest a good mooncalf.
How dost thy honor? Let me lick thy shoe. I'll not serve him. He is not valiant.
Thou liest, most ignorant monster. Oh, I'm encased a justler constable. Why, thou debauched fish, thou. Was there ever man a coward that has drunk so much sack as I today? Wilt thou tell a monstrous lie, being but half a fish and half a monster?
Lo, how he mocks me. Wilt thou let him, my lord?
Lord, quotha. That a monster should be such a natural...
Lo, again. Bite him to death, I prithee.
Trinculo, keep a good tongue in your head. If you prove a mutineer, the next tree. Poor monster's my subject, and he shall not suffer indignity.
I thank me, noble lord. Wilt thou be pleased to hearken once again to the suit that I made to thee?
Marry, will I?
As I told thee, 'tis the custom with Prospero in the afternoon to sleep. There, thou mayest brain him, having first seized his books, or with a log, batter his skull, or punch him with a stake, or cut his weasand with thy knife.
Monster, I will kill this man. His daughter and I will be king and queen, save our graces. And Trinculo and thyself shall be viceroys. Dost thou like the plot, Trinculo?
Oh, excellent. Excellent.
As the conspirators plan their treachery, Ariel overhears them and brings back news of their plot to his master. Prospero, however, has more important business at the moment than dealing with the 3 drunkards, for he has decided to have his brother Antonio and Alonso brought before him so that he might confront them with their crimes against Miranda and himself. It is to this end that he dispatches Ariel on an important mission.
By Lakin, I can go no further, sir. By your patience, I needs must rest me.
Old lord, I cannot blame thee. Sit down and rest. Even here I will put off my hope and keep it no longer for my flatterer. My son is drowned whom thus we stray to find, and the sea mocks our frustrate search on land. Well, let him go. What harmony is this? My good friends, hark! Marvelous sweet music.
As Alonso and his companions watched, strange shapes, like neither man nor beast, materialize from the air, and straightway begin to prepare a banquet. Foods, viands, steaming dishes, even a table itself appears before them. The preparations for a feast concluded, the weird shapes gently salute their awestruck spectators, and with gestures invite them to dine. Alonso is the first to step forward, and as he does so, the shapes suddenly vanish.
Give us, kind, keep us, heavens. What were these?
A living drollery. Now I will believe that there are unicorns, that in Arabia there is one tree, the phoenix throne, one phoenix at this hour reigning there.
They vanish strangely.
As the spirits vanish, Ariel appears, not in his familiar boyish form, but in the horrible shape of a vulture. Like a bolt of lightning from the sky, he descends, hovering above the great banquet table, clapping his wings.
You are 3 men of sin, whom destiny has caused to be belched up upon this island, where man And you, most men being most unfit to live, we have made sad! And even with such like valor, men hang and drown their brothers, sir!
In the name of something holy, sir, why stand you in this strange stare?
Oh, it is monstrous, monstrous. Methought the billows spoke and told me of it. The winds did sing it to me, and the thunder, that deep and dreadful organ pipe, pronounced the name of Prosper. It did base my trespass. Therefore my son in the ooze is bedded, and I'll seek him deeper than e'er promise sounded, and with him there lie muddy.
Before the cave, hand in hand, stand Ferdinand and Miranda, facing a now smiling Prospero.
If I have too austerely punished you, your compensation makes amends. For I have given you here a thread of mine own life. All thy vexations were but my trials of thy love, and thou hast strangely stood the test. Here afore heaven I ratify this, my rich gift, my daughter Miranda. Oh, Ferdinand, do not smile at me that I boast her of, for thou shalt find she will outstrip all praise, and make it halt behind her.
I do believe it, against an oracle.
Then is my gift and thine own acquisition worthily purchased. Take my daughter. Sit then and talk with her. She is thine own. And for your entertainment, I'll bestow upon your eyes some vanity of my art.
True to his word, Prospero calls forth nymphs and goddesses to dance and sing and give a marriage blessing to the young lovers. Enraptured, Ferdinand and Miranda watch till the players in the scene fade slowly from sight like a spent vision.
Our revels now are ended. These our actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits, and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, yea, all which it inherit, shall dissolve, and like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. Sir, I am vexed. If you be pleased, retire into my cell and there repose. A turn or two I'll walk to still my beating mind.
We wish your peace.
I had forgot that foul conspiracy of the beast Caliban and his confederates against my life. The minute of their plot is almost come. Come with a thought, Ariel, come.
Thy thoughts I cleave to. What's thy pleasure?
Spirit, we must prepare to meet with Caliban.
I, my commander.
Say again, where didst thou leave these varlets?
I told you, sir, in a filthy mantled pool beyond your cell. They're dancing up to the chin.
This was well done, my bird. Thy shape invisible retain thou still.
Aye, master.
The finery in my house, go bring it hither for bait to catch these thieves.
I go.
I'll plague them all, even to roaring.
As a decoy to lure the three drunken conspirators away from their murderous purpose, Prospero and Ariel hang out a line, and on it the richest garments they can find, silken doublets, robes of state. These they put in plain sight, then quickly hide themselves as the would-be murderers approach.
Pray you, tread softly, that the blind mole may not hear a footfall. We now are near his cell.
Monster, your fairy, which you say is a harmless fairy, has done little better than play the jack with us. Do you hear, monster? If I should take a displeasure against you, look, you...
Oh, thou wert but a lost monster.
Oh, good my lord, give me thy favor still. Speak softly. All's hushed as midnight yet.
Aye, but to lose our bottles in the pool.
There is not only disgrace and dishonor in that, monster, but an infinite loss.
Oh, prithee, me king, be quiet. Seest thou here? This is the mouth of prosperous cell. No noise. And do that good mischief which may make this island thy known forever. And I thy Caliban, for I thy forgetter.
Give me thy hand. I do begin to have bloody thoughts.
Oh, King Stefano! Oh, dear, oh, worthy Stefano! Look what a wardrobe is on the line here.
Let it alone, thou fool. It is but trash.
Oh, monster, we know what belongs to a frippery. Oh, King Stefano.
Put off that gown, Cinctulo, by this hand. I'll have that gown.
Aye, Grace shall have it.
There dropsy drown this fool. What do you mean to dote thus on such luggage? Let's along and do the murder first.
Will you quiet, monster? Mistress Lyde, is not this my jerkin?
Monster, come quickly now and away with the rest.
I'll have none of it. We shall lose our time and all be turned to barnacles or to apes.
Oh, monster, lay to your fingers. Help to bear this away where my hogshead of wine is, or I'll turn you out of my kingdom. Go to. Carry this.
And this.
Aye, and this.
As the three thieves are about to look off with their loot, Prospero calls his avenging spirits to him in the shape of dogs and hounds. After them! Let them be hunted soundly.
As my project gather to a head, my charms crack not, my spirits obey, and time goes upright with his carriage. How's the day?
On the 6th hour, at which time, my lord, you said our work should cease.
I did say so when first I raised the tempest. How fares the king and his followers?
Confined together in the same fashion as you gave in charge all prisoners, sir, in the lime grove which weather fends your cells. They cannot budge till your release. The king, his brother, and yours abide all three distracted, and the remainder mourning over them, brimful of sorrow and dismay. But chiefly him that you turn, sir, the good old Lord Gonzalo. His tears run down his beard like winter's drops from leaves of reeds. Your charm so strongly works them, that if you now beheld them, your affections would become tender.
Dost thou think so, spirit?
Mine would, sir. Were I human.
And mine shall. Though with their racks I am struck to the quick, the rarer action is in virtue than in vengeance. They being penitent, the sole drift of my purpose doth extend not a frown further. Go, release them, Ariel. My charms I'll break, their sense I'll restore, and they shall be themselves.
I'll fetch them, sir. I go.
Ye elves of hills, brooks, standing lakes, and groves, and ye that on the sands with printless foot do chase the ebbing Neptune, and do fly him when he comes back, and you whose pastime is to make midnight mushrooms that rejoice to hear the solemn curfew, by whose aid, weak masters though ye be, I have bedimmed the noontide sun, called forth the mutinous winds, and twixt the green sea and the azured vault set roaring war. To the dread rattling thunder have I given fire, the strong base promontory have I made shake, and by the spurs plucked up the pine and cedar. But this rough magic I here abjure. And when I have required some heavenly music, which even now I do, to work mine end upon their sense that this airy charm is for, I'll break my staff, bury it certain fathoms in the earth, and deeper than did ever plummet sound, I'll drown my book.
leading Antonio, Alonso, Sebastian, and the old Lord Gonzalo. They come forward like men walking in their sleep, neither seeing nor hearing. Ariel leads them inside the magic circle which Prospero had drawn upon the ground.
There stand, for ye are spell-stopped. A solemn air and the best comforter to an unsettled fancy cure thy brain.
So, while the stately music begins slowly to restore their understanding, Prospero retires to the inner cave to dress himself in the robes of state which rightfully belonged to him as Duke of Milan. And as Prospero dressed, the charm cast about Alonso and his companions dissolved. They look about and wonder at the strange cave. Suddenly, Prospero reappears before them.
Behold, Sir King, the wronged Duke of Milan, Prospero. For more assurance that a living prince does now speak to thee, I embrace thy body. And to thee and thy company I bid a hearty welcome.
Whether thou beest Prospero or no, or some enchanted trifle to abuse me, as late I have been, I not know. Thy dukedom I resign, and do entreat thou pardon me my wrongs. But how should Prospero be living and be here?
First, noble Gonzalo, let me embrace thine age, whose honor cannot be measured or confined.
Whether this be or be not, I'll not swear.
You do yet taste some subtleties of the isle that will not let you believe things certain. Welcome, my friends all. For you, most wicked sir, whom to call brother would even infect my mouth, I do forgive thy rankest fault, all of them, and require my dukedom of thee, which perforce I know thou must restore.
If thou beest Prospero, give us particulars of thy preservation. How thou hast met us here, whom 3 hours since were wrecked upon this shore. Where I have lost, how sharp the point of this remembrance is. My dear son, Ferdinand.
I am woe for it, sir.
Irreparable is the loss, and patience says it is past her cure.
Alas, sir, the like loss is mine too.
You, the like loss?
As great to me as late. For I have lost my daughter.
A daughter? Oh, heavens, that they were both living in Naples, the king and queen there. When did you lose your daughter?
In this last tempest. But welcome, Alonso. This cell's my court. Here have I few attendants and subjects, none abroad. Pray you look in.
Thus, Prospero directs their attention to the entrance of his cell. Speechless with amazement, they behold there Ferdinand and Miranda playing chess.
If this prove a vision of the island, one dear son shall I twice lose.
Most high miracle.
Father.
My son.
Though the seas threaten, they are merciful. I have cursed them without cause.
Now all the blessings of a glad father compass thee about. Arise and say how thou camest here.
Oh, wonder! How many goodly creatures are there here! How beauteous mankind is! Oh, brave new world that has such people in it.
'Tis new to thee.
What is this maid with whom thou wast at play? Your else acquaintance cannot be 3 hours. Is she the goddess that hath severed us and brought us thus together?
Sir, she is mortal, but by immortal providence she's mine. She is the daughter of this famous Duke of Milan, of whom so often I have heard renown but never saw before, of whom I have received a second life and second father this lady makes him to me.
I am hers. But oh, how oddly will it sound that I must ask my child forgiveness.
There, sir, stop. Let us not burthen our remembrances with heaviness that's gone.
I have inly wept, or should have spoke ere this. Look down, you gods, and on this couple drop a blessed crown.
I say amen, Gonzalo.
Sir, all this service have I done since I went?
Yes, Ariel, my tricks's spirit.
Was it well done?
Bravely, my diligence, and thou shalt be free anon. Sir, I invite your highness and your train to my poor cell, where you shall take your rest for this one night, which part of it I'll waste with such discourse as I not doubt shall make it go quick away. The story of my life, and the particular accidents gone by since I came to this isle. And in the morn, I'll bring you to your ship, and so to Naples, where I have hoped to see the nuptial of these, our dear beloved, solemnized. I'll deliver all, and promise you calm seas, auspicious gales. My aerial chick, that is thy charge. Then to the elements be free, and fare thou well.
During the past hour, you have heard Shakespeare's The Tempest, as adapted for the air by Charles Newton, with the following cast: Sir Cedric Hardwicke, Prospero; Jessica Tandy, Miranda; Irene Wicker, Ariel; Louis Hector, Caliban; William Podmore, Stefano; Horace Braham, Trinculo; John Abbott, Alonzo; John Moore, Antonio; Carlton Young, Ferdinand; J.P. Wilson, Gonzalo; William Rainey, narrator. Original music composed by Gail Kubick. The orchestra was directed by Joseph Honte. During which Shakespeare wrote his masterpieces of comedy and tragedy, was a highly productive period of the drama. Besides Shakespeare, it produced such poet-playwrights as Marlowe, Ben Jonson, Beaumont, Fletcher, and many others whose names are immortal. And it was during this age also that a handful of the most brilliant of them wrote a series of plays which became later known as the Revenge Tragedies. Next Sunday at this time, the Great Plays series will present an original script which tells the story of the Revenge Tragedies. A Great Plays Drama Guide by Blevins Davis, who arranged for the series, is available to our radio audience through the Columbia University Press at the cost of 25 cents. Send coin or money orders to Great Plays, National Broadcasting Company, New York City. The Great Plays Drama Guide contains a summary of the plot, sketch of the author's life, and pertinent facts about each of the 30 plays in this series. Consult your local library for reading material on the remaining great plays of the series. This is a special announcement. Every service of your Red Cross is vital in national defense. Your membership is mercy's badge of honor. Join the Red Cross and tell your friends to join. This program has been presented as a public service for the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC networks. It came to you from the RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
Section 3 of G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns, The New Witness, 1922. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Craig Abbott. G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns. The New Witness, 1922, by G.K. Chesterton. The Future of the Flag. About the time of the worst barbarian pillage of the shrines and civic wealth of Belgium, I happened to find myself in direct controversy with a German propagandist. I was startled at the staleness of some of his charges. Of course, he said that ours was a mercenary army. They could not understand military necessities. He also actually said that we were a nation of shopkeepers. Of course, I made the obvious reply that I preferred it to a nation of shoplifters. But now, in a more serene atmosphere, I am ready to consider the original charge on its own merits. I am ready to judge calmly whether the phrase about a nation of shopkeepers is really too harsh a censure. And judged calmly, at the present moment, it is clear that it is much too high a compliment. It would be, by comparison, a utopia of liberty, equality, and fraternity if England were really a nation of shopkeepers, in the sense of every man keeping his own shop. There was a time when this was much more nearly the case, and it was a time when England, if not at her best, was perhaps at her strongest. When men like Clive and Wolfe, as much of the middle classes as Johnson and Richardson, were gaining an empire by winning fights instead of losing it by waving flags. It was not my utopia, and I do not think England so enviable even when she was a nation of shopkeepers, as when she was a nation of yeomen. But precisely because the shopkeepers did own their shops, they had something of the sturdiness and natural dignity of yeomen. The last corruption of commercialism, which is called capitalism, comes when the shopkeepers have lost their shops, as much as the yeomen have lost their farms. It has already come. Under capitalism, few men can be keepers of shops or keepers of anything, in the true sense, for they are not given anything, as the children say, to keep. The rich only lend them houses and tools and land to use, just as the rich only lend them money. And in all cases, the effect is bankruptcy and servitude. They are not keepers of anything, except occasionally keepers of lunatics or of lions at the zoo. They seldom truly attain the high estate of being shopkeepers, or the still more dizzy and divine elevation of being innkeepers. They have become more and more men serving for a salary or a wage the few great shopkeepers who own the great shops. If the capitalistic process is completed, we shall become a race of servants, with all the vices and, what is almost worse, the virtues of servants, smooth and orderly and supple and superficial. We shall no longer be a nation of shopkeepers. We shall become rather a nation of shopwalkers. It may be that the apotheosis of the shopwalker will after all be interrupted by the unsympathetic appearance of the shop steward. That is a matter with which I shall deal when I resume the main thread of my recent attempt at a theoretical study of Bolshevism. Here I have another reason for noting the three stages of that descent: distributism, or a nation of yeomen; competition, or a nation of shopkeepers; capitalism, or a nation of shopwalkers. Although the second is immeasurably better than the third, it is true that the second practically led to the third. It is possible that it officially led to the third. The yeoman spirit gradually died out of the shopkeepers, and they would no longer fight even for their own shops. And this can be sharply tested by taking the very imagery of the old yeoman ideal, its badges or its ballads, and imagine them applied to the more recent merchant, let alone to the modern millionaire. And we could hardly find a better symbol of the whole business than the recent discussion about the national flag, about the combination that we call the Union Jack, as compared with that simpler flag that would have flown from the masts of the merchant ships of the Middle Ages. The question has been raised in connection with the reconstructed relations of England and Ireland. The red saltire in the Union Jack is supposed to be St. Patrick's Cross, but some are doubtful about whether it has much to do with St. Patrick. Of the three national patrons, St. Patrick is certainly the most vivid saint, but among the heraldic traditions, his is the least vivid cross. The silver saltire of St. Andrew, on its azure ground, has a splendid history. The Scots called it the blue blanket, and it was carried as the flag of the guilds or popular trade brotherhoods of Edinburgh, in battle and still more often in riot. One of the Scottish kings mournfully commented on the democratic militancy of the guilds, saying that if they be in anything controlled, up goes the blue blanket. And anyone who will look at the single cross of St. Andrew, or for that matter at the single cross of St. George, as displayed on the simple medieval banner, will see how much better the very idea of a banner was understood in medieval times. In this, as in most other things, it is not merely that the medieval craft was more beautiful than the modern, but that the medieval craft was very much more practical than the modern. The plain cross red on white, or white on blue, fulfills the first idea of an ensign or standard, which is to be easily seen and recognized. Both those national flags show clearly at a great distance, as they did when they shone over against each other at Flodden or Bannockburn. In comparison, the Union Jack is more like a piece of camouflage than a piece of heraldry. For the moment, however, the flag is in a double sense merely a symbol, and it is a symbol of the simpler patriotism that existed before the yeomen even became shopkeepers. The disentanglement of the Triple Cross detaches for us, among other things, the definite idea of St. George. it is a satisfactory thought that there are 3 saints on the Union Jack, but though it is a satisfactory thought, I do not think it is a very common or customary thought. I doubt if many people ever think of halos and holiness when looking at the Union Jack, and we are tempted to say that too many saints spoil the sanctity. But we are in some sense bound to think of St. George when looking at St. George's cross. And the more we think about St. George, the less satisfied we shall be with 3 stages of the historical transition I have noted. The shopkeepers of the early 19th century were patriots. The clerks of the early 20th century are still patriots, but there is an increasing sense of division and incongruity between the patriots and the patron. It is not quite so inevitable an image to conceive the shopkeeper shouting, "St. George for Merry England, bring out the ledger," or "Adsit Anglis Sanctus Georgius," and the next article, madam? And as for the modern capitalist of the big stores, there seems no particular reason why he should devote himself to St. George, or feel anything but a slight embarrassment in the presence of the cross of St. George. As he avowedly admires the stores because they are large, labyrinthine, and able to absorb the things around them, it would seem more natural that he should admire the dragon. The secret of the matter, I fancy, might be found in a rather simple verbal inversion. Those English crusaders who chose the protection of this champion during King Richard's romantic raid on the Palestinian coast were doubtless very ready to cry, "St. George for England." But they also meant something else, which might be expressed by crying, "England for St. George." They did not merely mean that heaven was supporting whatever the English were doing. They also meant that the English were then supporting what heaven was doing. It was a case of gesta de per Anglos as well as per Francos. In other words, they recognized some idea of shaping the course of England to a standard outside England, if it were only in paradise. But in fact, it was not only in paradise, it was also in Christendom. The Englishman was to approximate in his own way to the common standard of the Christian soldier. When we recalled the legend that King Arthur had been the universal arbiter of chivalry, we made that chivalry universal. Whatever is vulgar or evil in patriotism was obviated by the idea of an external and objective standard. It was not merely that St. George was sure to support Englishmen, but that Englishmen were bound to support St. George. The loss of that conception of England for St. George has been the origin of all our corruptions, which have culminated in capitalism. Our wandering began with things much more spirited and picturesque, with little ships sailing to new worlds and seeking glory as well as gold. But there was no standard to bring it back to sanity. There was no image or clear ideal that we could feel the danger of growing more and more unlike. The Englishman only followed his nose and had forgotten every other finger-post. He had only a confused sense of the glory of getting more and more of something, and hardly knew how to test whether it was really something good. His empire became a patchwork of colors, as his flag became a patchwork of crosses. But he no longer even knew that the cross was a cross. He no longer even realized that the patron saint had ever been a saint, thinking him quite sufficiently honored by having been asked to be a patron. End of The Future of the Flag. Recording by Craig Abbott.
Meet Carl Sandburg. In
In the next hour, you'll hear, by transcription, the story of Carl Sandburg, a poet, a folk singer, an author, and a historian. You'll see his life as seen through the eyes of friends and relatives and critics of poetry and writers of history and the newspapermen who worked with him back in the old Chicago days. Meet Carl Sandburg.
Way down up on the Wabash, such land was never known. If Adam had passed over it, the soil he'd surely own. He'd think it was the garden he played in when a boy and straight pronounce it Eden in the state of Illinois. Then move your family westward, bring all your girls and boys, and cross that Shawnee Ferry to the state of Illinois.
I'm Dave Garraway, and like many another person in this radio business, I go home after a day's work and sit down and relax, and often with a book of poems in my hand. My taste in poetry is personal, of course. Almost everybody's is, I guess. And mine is one with a very few standards, necessary standards, at least. One thing, though, I love to understand the poet or the poem I'm reading. I want to read from one line to the next without having to go drag down the French dictionary or pull out Bulfinch's mythology. And another feeling I have for the kind of poetry I like is, well, virility is a good word, I guess. I like poets who make a sound, who boom and bang and write of things on the ground and high up in the sky, but out loud. And Carl Sandburg embodies both of these qualities for me, and he has indeed a third. He talks of the American scene and in the American idiom, and I like that. In fact, I think he could talk no other way. He's lived and worked all of his life in our cities and farms and the villages and the plains of America. He's become very much the genuine national voice in the realm of poetry. And if you were out on a search, it might be hard to find more than just a handful of people who've not been exposed to Carl Sandburg's personality, to his manners, and especially to that great booming voice of his.
The last time I saw Carl Sandburg...
Harvey Bright, writer and critic.
It was just a few weeks ago at the National Book Award. I saw him. He greeted me. He took a cigar out, spliced it in half with the accuracy and competence and professionalism of a butcher cutting away the tail of a steak, put one half of it in his pocket, smoked the other half. We talked for a while, and we reminisced about past meetings. We also reminisced about the Nobel Prize, and we got on to the fact that Hemingway had singled Mr. Sandburg out as somebody who should have won the Nobel Prize. And Mr. Sandburg, in answering my question about how he felt about that singling out, went like this. Harvey Bright, I want to tell you that sometime 30 years from now, when the bright boys are sitting around, one boy will say, did Carl Sandburg ever win the Nobel Prize? And another bright boy will say, yes, Ernest Hemingway gave it to him in 1954.
Besides his voice and his looks, Sandburg's trademark, of course, is free verse. Quite probably the man never rhymed more than a dozen lines in his life. The first critic of note to recognize these talents was Harry Hansen. Back in the 20s, Hansen wrote Midwest Portraits, and the first chapter was about Sandburg.
I think of Carl as a very straightforward writer in poetry.
Harry Hansen.
The sort of writer that all of us can understand. When Carl's poetry first appeared, many people said they didn't understand it. But that was because he had broken with the old rhythms. And he had new ways of saying things, but he always said something. If he wrote about steel mills, he wrote about steel mills. If he wrote about the smoke that went through the atmosphere from the steel mills, it was smoke. That smoke may have inspired thoughts, sentiments, ideas, but you could grasp it, and I could grasp it, and it wasn't loose and abstract. Carl has no sympathy for the abstract. A year or so ago, there was a large dinner of the Poetry Society of America in New York. It was given in Carl's honor, and Carl spoke there. And among other things, Carl read his poem, Abracadabra, which makes fun of the modern abstract poetry. Seated in front of Carl were many poets who wrote abstractions, who wrote the modern poetry. They were amused, they were genial and friendly. They understood Carl. They understood that Carl was not in their camp, that he didn't understand and wouldn't attempt to understand what they were trying to write, and that he was talking for poetry that you and I can understand without having to go to the author and ask for a glossary.
Hill blue among the leaves in summer, hill blue among the branches in winter, light sea blue at the sand beaches in winter, deep sea blue in the deep, deep waters, prairie blue, mountain blue. Who can pick a pocket full of these blues, a handkerchief of these blues, and go walking, talking, walking, as though God gave them a lot of loose change for spending money, to throw at the birds, to flip into the tin cups of blind men.
In the years just before the First World War, Chicago was a center of a literary renaissance in the Midwest, in fact, all over the country. It was there that so many great people came into flower, like Edgar Lee Masters, remember the Spoon River Anthology, and Vachel Lindsay, and Sherwood Anderson, and Burton Rasco, and Ben Hecht, and a great many others. They got there, and they worked and felt free, and they wrote. And it was in Chicago that Sandburg got his start, too. He was rooted in a strong liberal and labor tradition, but still you have to eat, you know. And he took what job he could get.
I was the associate editor of the A.W. Shaw Company, business publications.
Carol Murphy, Chicago editor.
I hired Carl along in 1913, as I remember. He was one of many young editors I put on, and I usually paid them the fabulous salary of somewhere around $100 to $125 a month. I sent Carl out on an assignment to interview some of the leaders in the safety movement, which was a new thing at that time. And he came back with a short story, which I planned to use in Factory Magazine. And as I studied that story, it was typical of Carl. He had written it beautifully. It brought tears to your eyes. You were sorry for this workman who had broken the rules and stuck his hand into a clipping machine and lost some fingers. But the story also made you feel hot under the collar against the management, as if it were their fault, as if the men above him not only were not sorry, but were maybe just a little bit pleased that this guy had got what was coming to him for his carelessness. And in going over this story with Carl and trying to modify it so that it would fit into the magazine and its policies, I said, listen, Carl, you always take a crack at the businessman in your stories. You're always on the laborer's side. Now, the businessman is our bread and butter. And he is not a fellow who delights in seeing his people suffer. He's a decent guy just like anybody else. He's trying to make his place safe. And he's sorry when anybody gets hurt. And we have to keep him happy, and we have to remember that he is our bread and butter, and our job is to help him with new and safer methods. Now, I don't remember how Carl took that, but he was a little stubborn, and the chances are that he tossed back his Abraham Lincoln-like cowlick and stuck out his stubborn Swedish lips and gave me some little wisecrack. And I had had this problem all the time with him. So I said, now look, Carl, you write beautifully. Someday you're going to be a great writer. But you don't like to write our factual, unexciting type of stuff. You like to write literature in which there is feeling and sentiment and excitement. And for your own good, I think you just ought to pull out of here and find a place where you can write the kind of thing that you like to write. And he did. And we often met afterwards and laughed about it.
Carl hasn't changed.
And again, Harry Hansen.
Carl is essentially the same man he was in Chicago when he had a very little job and had to play the guitar to make a living, sing folk songs, and write poems and get an occasional little piece of money from Poetry magazine. Carl hasn't changed even though the White House calls him up and he confers with people in the government. Carl hasn't changed much in the houses that he has lived in. He lives in a little better house now than he did originally, yes. It still is quite modest. He still has land on which goats are being raised, and the goats are being raised for a purpose. They're saleable. They're a fine breed of goats. And inside himself, Carl is still the man who liked the common man. He's a man of democratic instincts. If you read his early poems, you find there a certain contempt for the men who exploit others. But those men for whom Carl has this contempt are largely abstractions. They represent certain types of exploitation. They're not real people.
Huntington sleeps in a house 6 feet long. Huntington dreams of railroads he built and owned. Huntington dreams of 10,000 men saying, yes, sir. Blithery sleeps in a house 6 feet long. Blithery dreams of rails and tires he laid. Blithery dreams of saying to Huntington, yes, sir. Huntington Blithery sleep in houses 6 feet long.
And in those days, there was an influential little magazine called Poetry, founded in Chicago by a wonderful lady named Harriet Monroe. It was influential in its contribution to the culture of our country, but it wasn't influenced very much by anything but what the straight-thinking, forward Miss Monroe liked herself, and she liked Carl Sandburg. And he contributed regularly, and what's more, and this was rather rare in the case of Poetry magazine, he was paid for his contributions. But even then, the rewards of poetry are somewhat less than munificent, as I'm sure you know. And Sandburg needed a job. How he got that job is, I think, best told by the man who helped him get it. His name is Ben Hecht. He just wrote Child of the Century.
It was a dull, rainy day of 1914 in the press room of the Chicago County Building when Sandburg was presented to his working colleagues of the various newspapers, or I should say Sandburg presented himself. The man who brought him in fell asleep before he got around to the formality of introductions. None of us paid much attention to Sandburg, but our rummy game was shortly interrupted by the awakening Jack Malloy, who suddenly announced we were to hear some of our guest poetry. I'd seen one previous poem by Sandburg in the little pocket newspaper daybook on which he was then working, and poetry reading was no novelty in our press room. But to this day I remember Sandburg's voice as the finest I have ever heard, reading or talking, and in Sandburg's voice lived all his poetry. He started reluctantly, pulling from his pocket some notes he said he would be called Chicago when finished. He read, hog butcher for the world, tool maker, stacker of wheat, player with railroads, and the nation's freight handler, stormy, husky, brawling, city of big shoulders. It was a voice that made sounds fresh and clothed the simplest of sentences in mysteries. The next day I talked to my boss on the Chicago Daily News, managing editor Henry Justin Smith. I told him there was a reporter he ought to hire named Carl Sandburg. This is a man who can write poetry like Whitman, I told Smith. Smith loved our paper with an interest that ignored circulation figures and editorial policies. He saw the paper as a daily novel written by a score of Balzacs, but we were missing a poet. He put Sandburg on the city staff and told city editor Brooks Beitler to give Sandburg assignments worthy of his talent.
He always looked very gloomy.
Bob Casey, a colleague on the news.
Until you finally found out that was just something that he was born with. It was a face. It wasn't anything else. He was a very humorous sort of a duck. And, well, he and I got acquainted with one another because I went in and asked him why he didn't write ordinary verse. I said, I don't think that this modern verse is going any place. Well, he says, I don't know. He said, try it. And he says, it's easier to write. And I said, I guess it is. And I said, you've written some very wonderful things. I said, if you only had these things metrical, you'd probably have some verses that would be extant in this country for the next 200 years at least, and maybe longer than that. Well, he said, I thank you very much for that, but he said, I do these things because I do them quickly. And, well, then we got to be pretty good friends.
Carl's poems in free verse were still being widely parodied in those days.
Vincent Starrett, Chicago columnist.
But if he was disturbed by the humorous, he didn't show it. Once he said, drawling his words like a cowboy, a man was building a house. A woodchuck came and sat down and watched the man building the house. That was his invariable retort to his critics.
It was apparent from the first to the guiding spirits of the Chicago Daily News that Sandburg was not a man to be influenced by a deadline.
City editor Brooks Beitler was no fancier of poetry, no coddler of talent, but a realist with his eye on deadlines and copy.
Again, Ben Hecht.
Day after day, he watched Sandburg snowshoe to his desk, as we used to describe his walk, sit down and, like some sea squid, seemingly vanish into a cloud of mood. But Beitler finally used a suggestion of his staff to test Sandburg's merits as a newsman. He sent the poet to cover a labor convention in Minneapolis. It was quite a big union session, ending some days afterward in a completely unexpected manner with a real display of gun shooting. We waited for sweeping lyrical copy from Sandburg. The first day, nothing. The second day, still nothing. And the day of the shooting, not even an acknowledgement of the assignment. So Beitler ordered Sandburg be called to Minneapolis. Within an hour, Beitler had Sandburg's reply. Dear boss, it read, can't leave now, everything too important and exciting. It was signed Carl.
So they called Carl back from that convention, and they gave him a job where the deadline was something less of a menace. A job more fitting to him, a job where he could have more time to write.
People did strange combinations of things at the Daily News in those days, but so many of them were really writers.
Judith Waller, now of NBC.
Carl did a little bit of everything, and principally he was a movie critic. This he probably liked to do because I don't think he cared much for the movies, but it did give him a chance to sit in dark places and compose poems and stories.
I remember a cold afternoon in late autumn when Carl and I walked for miles.
Again, Vincent Starrett.
Discussing the shortcomings of mankind and laughing so often that passers-by stopped to look at us. Ultimately, we found a comfortable place in Forest Park and stopped in to get warm. There was sawdust on the floor, and a big-bellied stove was throwing off heat in a way we liked. We ordered beer and carried it to a corner table. After prohibition, Carl said in his slow drawl, "We'll be ordering Coca-Colas again." Then, almost without pause, he added, "I've been telling the kids some stories lately that I sort of like. Maybe they'll be in a book someday, I don't know. But I'm not ready yet to let them out." These were the tales that went into Rutabaga Stories. He began to tell us one of them.
5 nights before Christmas, 5 pretzels sat looking out of a grocery window, lighted by 5 candles. Outside, snow falling, big white snowflakes, coming cool and quiet. And they see a man outside the window, and he looks in while they look out. They see his right hand brush off snow from his left shoulder, and his left hand brush off snow from his right shoulder. And they see him shake off snow from his hat and put his hat back on his head. But they don't hear the man, well, 5 pretzels. And how many children is it I have at home running around upstairs and downstairs, in and out of the corners? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 for each pretzel. Now, early that afternoon, the 5 pretzels decide they will go with a circus and be trapeze actors. On billboards everywhere, the 5 marvelous pretzels in big letters. And they run out of their dressing rooms in pink tights, bow to the audience and throw kisses. 1 kiss with the right hand and the other kiss with the left hand. And a man with a big musical megaphone, the 5 marvelous pretzels. Up in the air they go. 2 of them hang by their knees and throw the other 3 pretzels back and forth in the air, in the empty and circumambient air. So far, so good. Then they argue, fuss, dispute, wrangle. Which 2 shall hang by their knees and which 3 shall be thrown back and forth in the empty and circumambient air? All 5 want to be the 2 that hang by their knees. None of them wants to be one of the 3 thrown back and forth. So they say, let's forget it. Now they decide instead they will ride on the heads of the first 5 elephants in the vast, mammoth, stupendous parade of the elephants. On billboards, people will see on each elephant 1 dazzling, glittering little pretzel in pink tights, bowing and throwing kisses, 1 kiss with the right hand and the other kiss with the left hand. Yes, so they decide. And just before the first elephant comes out leading the parade, the man with the big musical megaphone calls, the 5 marvelous pretzels. So far, so good. Then comes the argument. Who should ride on the head of the first elephant? Who should be the first one to come out bowing and throwing kisses to the audience? They argue, fuss, dispute, wrangle, and at last decide, whoever rides the first elephant today rides the last elephant tomorrow. Then they see the man outside, brushing snow off his right shoulder with his left hand, brushing snow off his left shoulder with his right hand, shaking snow off his hat and putting his hat back on his head. And the man walks into the store and comes out with the 5 pretzels in a paper sack and walks along the street in the falling snow. Big white snowflakes on his shoulders, on his hat. And does he know as he walks along in the falling snow what happened that afternoon and evening among the pretzels? No. Does he know he has in a paper sack the 5 marvelous pretzels? No. Does he know they decided to go with a circus and be trapeze actors and then change their minds? No. Does he know they decide instead they will ride on the heads of 5 elephants and bow and throw kisses while thousands of people laugh and cheer and cry, look, look, here come the 5 marvelous pretzels? No. Then what does the man know about what the 5 pretzels want to be? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Which shows how ignorant some people are.
rutabaga stories. I can't define the word magic, but it's in there for me. And I hope that your child doesn't miss the fun of knowing them. Carl Sandburg was born 77 years ago down in Galesburg, Illinois. Maybe he learned about kids by being himself a very typical little boy in a very typical little town. Charlie Krantz, his cousin and boyhood companion, recalls a day when Carl was just 6 years old.
The bees were sitting outside, and he took a brush. He thought that was flies, and he walks up along them, and the hives were about that close together. He knocked them bees off, and they got on. Why, if it hadn't been for my dad, they'd have killed him. The bees got on that kid, and he was just black with them, and they stung him. We thought he was going to die. Horse and buggy days, them days, there was no way getting to town, no doctor right here. So they doctored him up the best they could, and he hollered for an hour. And you couldn't blame the kid. They stung my dad so he couldn't see for a couple of days. You know, them bees, they're poison.
Young Sandburg's education was very unorthodox, about as unorthodox as he is himself. He did go to grade school, but then he stopped for 7 years. And then he went to college, went to Lombard College in Galesburg. The people who remember him about that time cannot truthfully say that they were impressed very much. Alice Henderson knew Carl from boyhood days.
Well, he was very much as he is now. Pretty serious, always pretty serious. Inclined to be interested in affairs of the day and what was going on. He liked to dance, and he always wanted me to save a waltz for him. I'd say he was a typical young man. I never thought that he was particularly interested in girls. But I don't mean that he didn't like it. He liked to dance and things like that, but I never remember of his ever dating any particular girl. Oh, some young chaps at that age don't think of anything else, you know, but I think Carl probably was thinking of his future and things of that kind. I don't think of any of his contemporaries at the time really felt that Carl was going to do so much. I think that Professor Wright probably began to realize that.
Father had a little club.
Professor Wright's son, Quincy Wright of Chicago University.
A club with about 4 members that he called the Poor Writers Club. I know because they were impecunious or because they considered their writing wasn't too good. But at any rate, about once a week, he'd have these students come to the house and they'd discuss their own writing. Each of them would produce a poem. Father wrote some poetry himself. And I think it was through the Poor Writers Club that Sandburg really got interested in literature. Father was quite an enthusiast for Walt Whitman and introduced Sandburg to Walt Whitman. And Sandburg had these poems, which he called In Reckless Ecstasy. And we printed it on a little press we had in the basement of our house. And I set up a good deal of it in 8-point Casino Roman myself and ran off the pages on the hand press. And I saw a great deal of Sandburg. He and Father were very, very close friends. Of course, Sandburg was a student at Lombard. He was a good basketball player, by the way. I remember he was a great basketball player on the Lombard basketball team. Later, after he left Lombard, and I think that was about 1902 or 3, he worked for a time in the fire department. And you see him sitting outside the fire department. He didn't have too much business in Galesburg. And he thought that was a good job because he could sit back and write poetry between fires.
I read a good many of Carl's things.
Again, Alice Henderson.
But I don't remember that any of them impressed me very greatly at that time. I probably wasn't old enough or mature enough to appreciate them. I think I'm not old enough or mature enough to appreciate some of the things Carl writes now. I think some of the things are beautiful, just beautiful, but some of the things I think are beyond me. I don't have the understanding of them. I wonder sometimes what he meant by them. I have felt that I'd like to discuss them with him, but I haven't had the opportunity for one thing, and another thing, I don't think he likes to discuss them. At least he said he didn't like to have people ask him what he meant by this. He said, I'll tell you what he said. He said when he wrote, he knew and God knew, but now only God knew what he meant. We always sat here and read in the evening. My husband used to get a copy of Sandburg, and he'd sit down and read, and then he'd be chuckling, and then I'd have to sit and listen. And he'd say, why, there's a lot in this, he'd say. You got to kind of study it out. But he said, my, isn't there a lot in that? And he just enjoyed it. Some people, well, I see that probably there was a bit of jealousy of a hometown boy to think that he had gone along so far ahead of them all. Other people admire him very much. In general, I think that I find more people admiring Carl Sandburg away from Galesburg than I do just around Galesburg.
She's bounded by the Wabash, the Ohio, and the lakes. She's crawfish in the swampy lands, the milk-sick and the shakes. But these are slight diversions, and take not from the joy of living in this garden land, the state of Illinois.
Read Carl Sandburg will continue after a little pause here for station identification.
Then move your family westward, bring all your girls and boys, and cross at Shawnee Ferry to the state of Illinois.
In between grade school and college, Carl took to the road, and he loved it on the road. He hopped freight trains, worked as a waiter in Keokuk, as a field hand out in Kansas. And he met everybody, petty thieves and panhandlers and all sorts of types. Some men who have achieved some eminence often try to minimize the, what shall I say, less glamorous events of their past. But in Carl's book, Always the Young Stranger, he wrote a whole chapter about this excursion. Its heading is called Hobo.
I wandered and I groped. It's a long story. I headed back after 2 or 3 years of wandering and groping. I headed back from a town in New Jersey to Fort Illinois, but I got stopped in Allegheny. I was arrested at McKee's Rocks, charged with riding on a railroad train without a ticket. It was a coal gondola. And I got 10 days in the Allegheny County Jail, but that's a long, short story. Some of the first poetry that I wrote was in my wandering and groping years, and I've thrown away most of it. What of it I have kept, I keep to laugh at.
And so the road finally led to Chicago. I told you how he got started there, but for romantic interest, I better tell you that Sandburg fell in love twice in his life. As a boy, he fell in love first with Abraham Lincoln. And as a young man, he fell in love with Lillian Steichen.
One day I was visiting my folks.
Edward Steichen, the photographer.
On their farm, 3 miles out of Menominee Falls, Wisconsin. My father had taken the buggy and driven into town, and my mother informed me that Lillian was coming home today. And while she was doing this, she was fussing with a huge ham in the oven, basting it carefully. And she says, Lillian is bringing a man with her. And then my father drove up the buggy, and Lillian got out. And the man with a dark bang hanging down over one eye, that bang which now looks like a big blob of snow on the top of a pine tree, And my father was scratching his head, and I knew perfectly well what he was saying to himself. And it was, my God, another artist in the family. And my mother was all in a dither. She thought that a poet would be something perfectly marvelous in the family. My sister rustled out in the kitchen to prove what a good little houseworker she was. And I don't believe there ever was a ham in all of history that had such a thorough basting. Well, a couple of months later, they were hitched, and I acquired a brother.
Now began the pursuit of Lincoln. Sandburg rummaged through Chicago's bookstores, through the great wealth of myth and fact surrounding the 16th president.
He used to visit all the old bookshops in search of the material that interested him.
Vincent Sterrett.
I can see him now as I saw him then. His gaunt frame bent over a 10-cent bin, his gray forelock falling into his eyes. Old Carl, we called him even then, 40 years ago, because of his gray hair. There was an old bookstore in Clark Street over the river that he used to visit looking for Lincoln material. Outside the door there was a bin of old bound magazines, Harper's, Century's, Atlantic's, and so on, that contained a lot of Civil War stuff. They were quarter volume. The trough was a bit low, so Carl used to seat himself cross-legged on the sidewalk while he hunted through the old magazines for reminiscences of his hero. When he found one, he would rip out the relevant pages and take them inside. But, of course, he always paid for the whole book. There must be many people still living who remember the gray-haired poet sitting on the sidewalk in Clark Street looking for those old magazines, looking for Lincoln material for the great book that he was going to write. In those days, I was a collector of old books, first editions and rare books of every kind, and I managed to excite quite a number of the newspaper men in my hobby, but not Carl. He was never a convert to that sort of antiquarianism. He bought books copiously. He was a wonderful accumulator of books. But they were tools, not vanities, not something to boast about. They were things to read and study and understand. He didn't care a hoot in hell, he told me, for first editions as such. But he was a prodigious reader with a profound interest in history.
Lincoln wrote a message to Congress in 1862 in December. He was proposing that Congress should enact a measure by which the slaves could be bought in the border slave states that had not seceded from the Union. It would make for goodwill. It would shorten the time of the war, he felt. And he wrote, "Fellow citizens, we cannot escape history. The fiery trial through which we pass will let us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate for the stormy present." Will that sentence go for today? The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate for the stormy present. And he added, we must think anew, we must act anew, we must disenthrall ourselves.
The search for Lincoln material never paused, and as the demand grew for Carl Sandburg to come and sing and lecture and talk, he traveled all across the country. But wherever he was, just as soon as the lecture ended, he hurried over to the local library to continue his hunt for material. In Chicago, he set up headquarters in a bookshop owned by his friend, Ralph Newman.
Carl thinks out every word and every phrase.
and he constantly works over the things he has written. He is never satisfied. I recall him telling me when he was nearing the end of the Lincoln story that he could keep on polishing and shining and improving this indefinitely, never finish. But there comes a time when an author must say to himself, perhaps this is as good as I've got a right to let this work become. Otherwise, it'll never be printed. He does his best work late in the day. He very seldom is up and working before noon. I don't think he does any writing until, perhaps the middle of the afternoon, and then works on as late as he feels like it, into the early hours of the morning. He smokes cigars, and he smokes any kind of cigar, as far as I can tell. He cuts the cigar in half, and then smokes each half down to the most minute butt. I don't think that there's any human being in the world who has ever smoked a cigar down to the minute dimension that Carl does. It's something almost imperceptible when he's through with it.
And bit by bit, he found his material. And bit by bit, he wrote down the story of Lincoln and of the Civil War. And what emerged was a unique, monumental history of that period.
Sandburg's 6 volumes on Lincoln.
Bruce Catton, historian and editor of the American Heritage.
Taking him from his birth to the end of his life. Cover ground that's been covered by a great many biographers. Dozens and dozens of lives of Lincoln have been written. A great many more will be written in the generations to come. I doubt if any of them will get at the real truth of the man as well as Sandburg has done, even though you can go through Sandburg's 6 volumes and find errors of facts, misinterpretations, things that a more careful scholar would correct. That doesn't really make any difference. What Sandburg did was get in underneath and bring the brooding, evocative quality of Lincoln out into the open so you can feel it and touch it. When you get through, you feel that you really knew what this man was about and how it was that he was able to speak for this country in such a deathless way.
There's no other history of the time that tells us so much about people.
Alan Nevins, historian.
Great and small, mean and heroic, funny and tragic, civilian and military, rich and poor. No other history gives us such a sense of multitudinous life and myriad-sided activity. Historians, I think, are always viewed with a certain amount of suspicion. We turn to the pages of Carl's book on Lincoln, and we find there how Lincoln regarded them. He tells of a White House reception where a friend of the president's pointed out the figure of one of America's chief historians. I've always supposed it must have been George Bancroft. See, said the friend, there stands our greatest historian. No man has plunged deeper into the sacred fount of learning. Yes, said Lincoln, and no man has come up drier. But there are historians and historians. And we can say of Carl that no man has plunged deeper into the sacred fount of learning for one particular era of American history, and no man ever came up more sparkling.
Carl spent 30 years on his memorable Lincoln books.
Leonard Lyons, the columnist.
A young writer once sent his manuscript to Sandburg to read and appraise. 6 months later, he wrote Sandburg again, inquiring about the script. 6 months after that came another letter, and then another. And after 2 years, he finally wrote to the postmaster at Flat Rock, North Carolina, asking him to place the letter into Carl Sandburg's hand. The postman delivered it and waited. Well, said Sandburg, we'll just have to send this man's work back to him. He's in too much of a hurry.
An appraisal now of the man Sandburg, poet, folk singer, author, historian.
Carl Sandburg is one of the
few living men.
Adlai Stevenson.
Whose work and whose life epitomize the American dream. In him is the restlessness of the seeker, the questioner, the explorer of far horizons, the hunger that is never satisfied. In him also is the resiliency of youthfulness, which wells from within and which no aging can destroy.
The thing that is memorable about Carl Sandburg,
William Saroyan, author and playwright,
is a quality of boyishness. He, for all his years, continues to resemble an American boy, a boy of the Midwest, a fellow who might be walking down to where the hobos hang out beside the railroad track, a listener, an interested boy, a boy wanting to find out what it's all about.
I think he has had extraordinary integrity over the years.
And again, Harvey Bright.
He's never wavered. He's written the best that he could write. He's been honest. He's had considerable talent, although the quality and the degree of the talent can be debatable. I would have liked him to have been my uncle, or my father, or my grandfather. I would have argued with him a lot, as his nephew, or as his grandson. The trouble is now that Carl Sandburg has reached such heights that through his efforts, through his work, and God knows I think he deserves them, the heights, it's hard for me to argue with him now. And that would be my only basic criticism of Carl Sandburg. That I am happy he's around, and I am happy that he's written what he's written, and I think it will be memorable and permanent. But when I relate myself to him, I find that because of all this, I cannot be completely honest with him. I'm afraid that I might hurt him, or afraid that I might touch some delicate spot. I'm aware, for example, that it is possible that he and Robert Frost, say, aren't the good friends that one might hope they would be, and that if I said that I admired Frost, it is entirely possible that Carl Sandburg might disapprove of me. So I find myself holding back, whereas I wouldn't with Cummings, or with even, say, T.S. Eliot. Perhaps that's my one feeling, that as the American genius type grows older, he congeals a little and demands from his friends, and from his younger friends particularly, that they subscribe to everything that the master feels.
There was a young left-wing musician who tried to sell Sandburg into letting him adapt one of Carl's books into an American opera.
Again, Leonard Lyons.
Sandburg didn't like the young man's pinkish politics and turned him down. The brash, presumptuous young man suggested, "What you should do, Mr. Sandburg, is read Karl Marx." Karl Marx. Sandburg replied, slowly and deliberately, employing, as he always does, the dramatic pause, like a man with much to remember and stores of wisdom on which to draw. "My boy," he said, "I read Karl Marx when I was a fireman in Galesburg, years before you were born. I took that job, incidentally, because it gave me an opportunity to read. Yes, I read Karl Marx, but I didn't stop reading after that. And, my boy, I'm still reading. Still reading." I saw Carl Sandburg recently at the home of Robert E. Sherwood, a meeting of two men who'd won Pulitzer Prizes for works on Lincoln. Soon after Sherwood's Abe Lincoln in Illinois had opened on Broadway, Sandburg phoned the playwright and said he'd like to see his play. He asked for 2 tickets, one for himself, the other for Sherwood. At the end of the first act, Sandburg said to the playwright, "Mr. Sherwood, this is your interpretation of Lincoln." And when the last act opened with the Lincoln-Douglas debate, Sandburg listened and then beamed, "Mr. Sherwood, that's my Lincoln."
One very cold December day,
Robert Sherwood.
He telephoned me and said, "Let's go for a walk." So I went down to the Harcourt Brace office, and we started off. It was now late in the afternoon, dark and bitter cold. And Carl is quite a walker. He really strides out.
And we walked from 45th Street and Madison Avenue to Central Park and far up into Central Park. And I can tell you, I was getting pretty weary, but Carl showed no sign whatsoever of quitting the walk. He said to me, now I don't know whether there is such a thing as the life hereafter, whether the honored dead are still with us. He said, but assuming that there is a life hereafter, let us imagine that the immortal spirit of Abraham Lincoln is hovering over us and watching us at this moment. Now, Bob, what do you think is his opinion of the two of us? And I was sort of startled by this question, and I said, well, Carl, if I were you, I wouldn't worry. Then we walked on in silence, and finally I was so tired and so cold that I said, Carl, if the immortal spirit of Abraham Lincoln is hovering over us, what do you think he'd say to the proposition that we go someplace and have a drink? Well, Carl walked on in silence for several minutes. I thought he just was ignoring my question. And finally he said in that beautiful booming voice of his, I think he'd approve. So we suited the word to the action.
Sandburg has received many tributes, Pulitzer Prizes, degrees from many universities. A high school has been named for him. His birthplace in Galesburg has been restored. And the greatest of all was and is the love of the American people, because he's very much the poet of all of us as Americans.
When Abraham Lincoln was shoveled into the tombs, he forgot the copperheads and the assassin. In the dust, in the cool tombs. And Ulysses Grant lost all thought of con men and Wall Street. Cash and collateral turned ashes. In the dust, in the cool tombs. Pocahontas' body, lovely as a poplar, sweet as a red haw in November or a pawpaw in May. Did she wonder, does she remember, in the dust, in the cool tombs? Take any street full of people buying clothes and groceries, cheering a hero or throwing confetti and blowing tin horns. Tell me if the lovers are losers. Tell me if any get more than the lovers. In the dust, in the cool tombs.
Well, that's the end of our story, except for one little remark I'd like to say. It's just that Sandburg is going to be remembered, I believe, when we are, all of us, in the dust, in the cool tombs.
Zekel weep, Zekel moan, flesh come creeping off Zekel bones. Church, I know you're gonna miss me when I'm gone. When I'm gone, gone, gone. When I'm gone, come no more. Church, I know you're gonna miss me when I'm gone.
You've been listening to Meet Carl Sandburg, the story of the Midwest poet, as told by many of the people who knew him. This is Dave Garroway speaking. Our program was transcribed. It was an NBC News production.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
American family serial presents Let's Pretend. Well, thank you, pretenders, for that nice reception. Gwen, what did you say today's story was going to be? The donkey?
The table and the stick.
Oh, yes. Well, it took all three of us to get that one out, didn't it? And Sybil, who is going to say how we travel?
Meeny, meeny, miny, mo. Bob Reddick, tell us how we go.
I vote for a whole herd of elephants.
Well, Bob, a herd of elephants it is. All set, everybody? Yes. 1, 2, 3. These elephants for Let's Pretend, and the story of the donkey, the table, and the stick. Up, Jumbo!
Come on. All right,
Come on. Oh, gee, Uncle Bill, I feel as if I'm 10 stories up in the air. No wonder they called this elephant Jumbo.
You said it, Gwen. And you know, pretenders, that name Jumbo is a mighty good word to describe that great big package of cream of wheat that gives you 40 generous servings. It's a real jumbo package, brimming with the smoothest, tastiest breakfast cereal that ever brought you back for a second helping. So eat a better breakfast, feel better all day. Get a better start the cream of wheat way. And keep listening for our special cream of wheat game right after the first act of today's story, The Donkey, the Table, and the Stick. When the Big Dipper was filled with recipes on how to work magic, and a few people knew it, an impatient father and his son dwelt in a neat cottage in a little town. We find them now talking in the village square.
I tell you once and for all, Jack, I won't stand your idle, shiftless ways any longer.
But my ways aren't idle, Father. Just because the kind of work I've chosen doesn't please you, that doesn't...
Good morning, Mr. Davison.
Yeah.
Hello, Jack.
Betty Ann, I'm glad to see you. Good morning, Mr. Landis.
Good morning, Jack. Mr. Jameson.
Good morning, Mr. Landis. Good morning, Betty.
What's the trouble, Jack? You look worried.
Jack worried? He's too lazy even to do that.
Why, Jack's a good boy, Mr. Jameson. Not a worker with muscles, perhaps, but I call him very clever with his brain.
And so do I, Father. I think Jack's wonderful.
Thank you, Betty Ann. I think you're wonderful, too.
Better learn to make a living, Jack, before you start making love.
And I'm not ashamed to say before the world that I love Jack. And someday
Someday we're going to be married. Thank you, Betty Ann, for your loyalty and courage.
Is this true, Mr. Landis? Do you mean to say you have given your consent for Betty Ann to marry this worthless fellow?
Yes, that's true. I have agreed that they could marry as soon as Jack can take care of Betty Ann properly.
Good old Dad.
And you, Father. Now that Mr. Landis has agreed, what do you say?
Well, I agree. When and if you can support her properly, you may marry her. If she's not too old and crippled to walk to the church.
I shall hold you to your promise.
Mr. Landis, let's go over to our good friend, the host of the inn. Visit in more pleasant surroundings.
Well, thank you. I shall accept gladly. Goodbye, Jack.
Goodbye, Betty.
Goodbye, Mr. Jameson.
Betty Ann, the time has come when I can't stand this treatment any longer. Father won't try to understand my ambition. I can't go on being humiliated before everyone.
I know, and I don't blame you. But what do you intend to do?
I'll go away, seek my fortune, and then come back to you. Betty Ann, will you wait for me? Will you believe in me and let me come back to you when I can take care of you as I want to?
If it's 100 years, I'll wait.
With your love and faith in me, I will not fail. Bless you, my love, and keep you safe while I'm away.
Well, Jack, my boy, your year of labor with me is up today, isn't it?
The year has gone quickly, Madame Dahlia. Have I pleased you? Have I done my tasks well?
Oh, very well, my boy. You've kept your word.
Thank you, madam.
Jack, in all this time, you've never asked me what I intended to pay for your year's work with us. Why?
But you told me you would pay me well, madam. I believed you, that's all.
Do you believe everybody, Jack?
Oh, I think so. I find people good and honest. Most generally.
I hope you always will. Well, now come out in the yard. I want to give you your wages.
Oh, my wages out in the yard?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this begins to sound mysterious.
There he is. What do you think of him?
A donkey, Madame Donna? What in the world can I do with a donkey?
Well, you don't think that I'd give you just an ordinary donkey for your year's work, do you? Now, listen carefully to me, Jack. Pull his ear. And as you do, say, Bricklebrit. Now watch. Bricklebrit.
Money. Gold coins dropped from his ear.
No.
My fortune is made, Madame Dahlia. I'm eternally grateful for this magic gift.
Well, now tell me, what will you do?
Well, Madame Dahlia, you've made it possible for me to see my dearest dream come true. I shall return to my home, marry Betty Ann, and give her everything she deserves.
Excellent.
Come on, little Bricklebrit donkey. Your ears are going to be pretty busy for a while. Goodbye, madam.
Goodbye, Jack. Good luck to you.
Landlord, Mr. Crafty. Where is everyone?
Oh, sir, we didn't know there was a guest. Why, it's Jack Jameson come home.
Right you are, Suzanne. And wanting the best room in the inn.
Father, it's Jack Jameson. Don't you remember him?
Oh, yes, I remember him. So, you're back home after seeking your fortune, eh? And what luck? Oh, a donkey, eh? Is that the best you could do in your year's travels, Jack?
You shall see how well I've done. And now, Mr. Crafty, a dinner of the finest food and the rarest wines the cellars afford.
Oh, show me your money, my friend, before you order our best sweet, our best food, our oldest wine.
Oh, very well. Please, notice. Come here, my little donkey. All right. Bricklebrit. Now, landlord, there's my first payment.
Father, did you see that?
Am I losing my eyesight? Did gold coins really fall from that donkey's ear?
They did indeed. Now then, are you satisfied? How about my food and the sweets?
Oh, yes, sir, right away. The best the inn affords. The suite at the top of the stairs. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I shall go to my room now and change. I won't be very long.
Well, Father, things have certainly changed, haven't they?
It would seem so. And what a fortune in that donkey. Suzanne, I have an idea. Listen to me. You remember the donkey we used to haul wood?
Yes.
It's the same size as this magic one. Now, I'll take this to the stable and bring the other here in its place. Jack won't know the difference. And when he leaves, we'll have the magic donkey with the gold coins, and Jack will have the mangy one from the stable.
Oh, how clever. Of course. Hurry up now, Father, and exchange them before he comes downstairs.
Suzanne.
How do you do, Mr. Jameson?
Suzanne, someone told me they thought they saw my son Jack coming into the tavern.
Yes, Mr. Jameson. Jack has arrived and is upstairs. Here's Father.
Come on, you mangy beast. Oh, how do you do, Mr. Jameson? Your son has just arrived. He brought this little donkey with him, though I can't see what good it is. Jack's idea of riches, probably. At least it's more than he's ever had before. Well, I'm eager to have a look at it.
Hello, Father. I'm glad you've come. And I'm eager to show you that now I can make my own way in the world.
I'll be glad to know it. How have you managed?
I'll show you, Father. And I'm sure that even you will be delighted with my prize. Come here, little donkey. All right. Now, notice, Father. I pull the ear, so. Bricklebrit. What's the matter? I don't understand. Wait a minute, I'll try the other ear. Bricklebrit. Something has happened. His ears don't drop gold and silver coins like they did. What has happened?
You mean to tell me that I'm supposed to believe that this mangy donkey's ears were full of money?
Well, Mr. Crafty and Suzanne can tell you I speak the truth. They saw it. Didn't you, landlord?
I saw nothing more than I see now.
Suzanne, you saw it. Tell them the truth.
I don't know what you mean.
Bricklebrit, pull in the air and coins fall out. Try to make a donkey out of me, will you? I'll show you. Here, now, get out of this town.
All right, Father, I'll go. But 1 year from today, I shall be back. You won't beat me then.
Get out, you fraud, you lazy, deceitful fool. Get out.
Well, Jack, you've been with me a full year today, haven't you?
That's right, sir. And I believe I've mastered the joiner's trade pretty well, haven't I, sir?
You have served me faithfully and honestly, too. And now, what about wages for your year of work?
Well, whatever you say, sir. You told me you would pay me well. And I know your word is good.
Well spoken, son. I am glad that I can pay you with something that money cannot buy. And here it is.
What? A little table? Well, it's pretty, sir. Well put together, too. Thank you, sir.
This is no ordinary table, Jack. You have only to set it up and say, "Table be covered with food of my choice." And presto, everything that you could desire will be set before you.
Well, then, this is indeed a most unusual table. Thank you, sir. And will it continue to do this? Once before, I was given what seemed to be a magical gift. But it didn't seem to work out that way.
As long as you shall live, it will obey you.
Wonderful. At all events, then, I shall always have enough to eat. Well, sir, I'll be on my way to my home, where a very lovely person waits for me.
Oh, well, good luck to you.
Thank you, sir. And, goodbye.
Cream of wheat game time, Uncle Bill. What's on the program for today?
Well, Gwen, it's that all-time favorite, the sound effects game. You all know how it goes. I tell my story, and you come in with sound effects every time I give you the signal. All right, here we go. One morning, a young fellow woke up bright and early. And as he started getting dressed for school, he thought to himself, I wonder what Mom's going to have for breakfast this morning. In fact, he wasn't very excited about breakfast until he heard a noise. He looked out the window, and there, roaring down the street, was a great big red fire engine. Well, that terrific speed and power made him think of enriched 5 minutes cream of wheat. It reminded him of that speed of cooking, that famous get-up-and-go food power. He thought of its blood-building iron, its teeth and bone-building calcium and phosphorus, and appetite-building vitamin B1. And, thinking of his own appetite, he quickly finished dressing, practically flew down the stairs like this, and burst into the kitchen and shouted, "Hey, Mom! Got any cream of wheat?" And sure enough, there was a big bowl of smooth, delicious cream of wheat waiting for him at the table. Well, he pitched right in, and in no time at all, he had cleaned up the last tempting spoonful of cream of wheat, grabbed his books, and was off to school faster than a jet-propelled pursuit plane. Yep, that young friend of ours was off to school with that grand and glorious feeling, that happy, heads-up, cream of wheat feeling. And if that sounds like the way you want to start every day, just remember this. For a brighter, happier day at school, make cream of wheat your breakfast rule. It's way up in flavor. It's way down. It's plenty smooth. And now back to our story of the donkey, the table, and the stick. Another year has passed, and Jack Jameson returns to his home. This time, his gift from his employer is a magic table, which at his command is covered with whatever food he desires. As our scene opens, he is entering the tavern of the deceitful Mr. Crafty.
Landlord! Mr. Crafty, Suzanne! Where is everybody?
Well, Master Jack, so you've come back home, eh?
Hello, Jack. Oh, my goodness, how big you've grown, and good-looking, too. This year has changed you a lot. I'm glad to see you.
Thank you. How about a room? Or a suite for me, landlord?
Oh, not so fast, my friend. We've not forgotten that donkey of last year. No tricks this time.
Oh, no tricks from me. But, Mr. Crafty, I'd advise you to be on the lookout. I'm afraid there are some very dishonest people here.
Oh, Jack. Now, what about food? It's pretty late. I doubt if I can find anything but cold cuts and salad.
Oh, no cold cuts and salad for me, Suzanne. Let me see what I want. Mushroom soup, a bit of fish, a roast chicken, artichokes and baked potatoes. Green salad would be nice, I think, yeah. And some chocolate cream pie. Yeah, that'll do very nicely.
Will do. It would take a whole day to prepare that order.
Oh, not the way I order. Shall I show you?
I wish you would.
Of course. Show us.
Help me set up this little table here.
All right.
There we are. Now, you watching?
All eyes, friend Jack.
Table be covered with food of my choice. There you are, my friend.
Oh, how perfectly wonderful. Look, Father, everything one can think of in the soup and meats are steaming hot.
Why, Jack, you've a fortune in this little table.
I thought you'd like it. You can give that food to someone who needs it. My father and Betty Ann are coming over to the inn. I want another table of food for them.
Of course, certainly.
So I'll go to my room and freshen up a bit. I won't be but a moment.
Quickly, Suzanne. Get that little table back of the desk.
You mean we're going to take the table as well as the donkey, Father?
Certainly. Help me clear this table of food. Now, hurry up.
All right.
Pile everything on this tray.
Yes, Father.
Quickly before he returns.
There you are. Now what?
Now, put the cloth on. You'll never notice the difference. Quickly now. Here comes Betty Ann and Jack's father.
How do you do, Suzanne?
Good day, landlord. Has my son Jack arrived yet? Oh, here and expecting you, sir.
Oh, how is he?
He's grown and quite good-looking.
Suzanne, tell us more about him.
Well, perhaps you'd better tell them, Father.
Hey, tell them what about?
About the strange way he's behaving.
Oh, yes. Mr. Jameson. Yes? I think I ought to tell you, Jack acts very strangely. I don't know just what it is, but I would say his mind is, shall we say, wavering. Oh, here he is.
Hello, Father. Oh, hello, Betty Ann. Oh, my dear, how glad I am to see you.
And are you, Jack? How big you are. And, Suzanne was right. Why, Jack, you're handsome.
Well, sir, have you done better this year than last?
You shall see, Father. Sit down at the table, everyone, and as we eat, I shall tell you. Here, Betty Ann, you sit next to me. You there, Father. So, little table be covered with food of my choice. What's happened here?
Nothing, as far as I can see. What's supposed to happen?
Well, the table is magic. It should be covered with food by this time.
So, another year and another useless bit of foolishness. Last year, a donkey with gold in his ears. This year, a magic table. And once again, you've made idiots out of all of us.
I believe in you, Jack. I know there's something very wrong, and you're not to blame.
Bless you, Betty Ann. You're right, but I'll bide my time.
Get out and don't come back.
I'll wait, Jack, and I'll always believe in you.
Thank you, Betty Ann. Well, this is very nice of all of you to meet me here at the inn. But where's Betty Ann?
Here I am, Jack. Welcome home.
Well, son, another year has passed.
Oh, yes, Father. Excuse me, just a moment, please. Mr. Crafty, Suzanne, come here, please.
Hello, Jack. Glad you're home. Oh, my goodness. You're better looking than ever.
Oh, thanks, Suzanne. But I'm afraid you won't think so in a minute.
Come, Jack. What trade have you learned? And what do you have to show for your year's absence?
I've learned the carpenter's trade, Father. This little stick I carry is my salary. Mr. Crafty?
Yes?
Suzanne?
Yes, Jack?
I have a couple of questions I want to ask you.
And I earnestly advise you to think well what you answer. Where is the donkey with ears that drop gold and silver coins?
I told you then, and I tell you now, I never saw such an animal.
Suzanne, perhaps you know.
Don't make me laugh, Jack. There isn't any such thing.
You're quite sure, Suzanne?
Certainly I'm sure.
I see. Mr. Crafty, where is my magic table that is covered with food at my command?
Oh, I never heard of such a table, idiot.
Did you, Suzanne? Notice the stick I carry and tell the truth. It will be better for you, I warn you.
Oh, don't be idiotic.
All right, Mr. Landlord and your dishonest daughter. You brought it on yourselves. Up stick and beat the life out of them.
Stop it! Get away! Oh, it's beating me!
Stop! Make it stop!
It's beating me!
The donkey and the table, where are they?
I don't know. Get away! Help me, somebody!
Oh, stop it! Make it stop already!
Up stick and beat the life out of them until they tell the truth.
I'll get them. Make it stop. I'll get them. Make it stop.
Very well. Cease, little stick, till I say the word. And I'll get them. And quickly, too.
Suzanne, the table is behind the desk. Get it?
Oh, I'll get it. Don't let the stick hit me again.
And the donkey, Mr. Crafty. Where is it? Quickly.
The donkey is tied just outside the door here.
I'll see. On guard, Magic Stick. Don't let them move. Well, little donkey, come here. All right, we'll see. Bricklebrit. That's better.
Here's the table, Jack.
Thank you, Suzanne. Oh, what a pity you had to be spanked. But little girls shouldn't be dishonest. Now we shall see if this is my magic table. Little table be covered with food of my choice.
Jack, this is wonderful. Why, your fortune is made, son. You'll never want for anything as long as you live.
Betty Ann, my dearest, will you marry me now?
Why, Jack, I promised you I'd wait forever. I loved you always, whether you were rich or poor. You know that.
Oh, my dearest. At last your faith and loyalty can be repaid. And, Betty Ann, you know the secret of the magic stick. If ever I'm not the best and most devoted husband in the world, why, you know what to say. Up stick and beat the life out of Jack.
And now, before we tell you about next week's exciting story, how about it, audience? Give me the last 3 words to this little rhyme. For speedy cooking, you can't beat enriched 5 minutes. You bet. Quick to fix enriched 5-minute cream of wheat cooks to full digestibility, even for babies, in just 5 minutes of boiling. So remember to do this today for sure. Go to your grocer's and ask for cream of wheat. Get a big package of enriched 5-minute all regular cream of wheat. Either one gives you 40 generous servings at a cost of less than a penny a bowl. Remember.
For all the family's breakfast, you can't beat cream of wheat.
The pretenders for today were
Gwen Davies,
Jack Jameson,
Jack Grimes,
his father,
Albert Alley,
Betty Ann,
Sybil Trent,
her father, Mr. Landis,
Michael O'Day,
Mr. Crafty, the innkeeper,
Arthur Anderson,
his daughter Suzanne,
Anne-Marie Geyer,
Madame Dahlia,
Miriam Wolfe,
the joiner,
Bob Riddick.
Original music was composed and conducted by Maurice Brown. Let's Pretend was dramatized by Nyla Mack and directed by Albert Ward. Now, if you live in or near New York and you'd like to come down to a broadcast of Let's Pretend, drop a postcard to Cream of Wheat, CBS, New York, for your free ticket. Imagine having to marry the first one you met when you followed an arrow which you had shot into the air. Would you like to marry a frog? Well, that's what our hero, Jan, had to do. Listen next week when we tell you how Jan got out of his trouble and finally won a beautiful princess in the story of the Enchanted Frog. This is Bill Adams saying, remember to eat Cream of Wheat, great American family cereal. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My father wrote me a letter. My father, scholarly, indolent, strong, teaching Greek better than high school students repay. Teaching Greek in the winter, but all summer long sailing a yawl in Narragansett Bay. So, Susan, my dear, the letter began, you've fallen in love with an Englishman. Well, they're a manly, attractive lot if you happen to like them, which I do not. I'm a Yankee through and through, and I don't like them all.
You're listening to the voice of Lynn Fontanne reading The White Cliffs of Dover by Alice Dewar Miller. Me, that there's some corner of a foreign field that is forever England. There shall be in that rich earth a richer dust concealed, a dust whom England bore, shaped, made aware, gave once her flowers to love, her ways to roam. A body of England's, breathing English air, washed by the rivers, blessed by sons of home. And think, this heart, all evil shed away, a pulse in the eternal mind, no less gives somewhere back the thoughts by England given, her sights and sounds, dreams happy as her day, and laughter learnt of friends, and gentleness in hearts at peace under an English heaven. A few very beautiful thoughts of England expressed by the English poet Rupert Brooke in The Soldier. Our featured work on this afternoon's edition of Anthology also concerns England. Thoughts of England, a story of England, written by the American poetess Alice Dewar Miller. Miss Miller's narrative poem, The White Cliffs of Dover, covers a span of 2 generations, 2 world wars. It tells the story of an American wife faced with the problem of adjusting her life to the English way of life. On the screen in 1944, Susan Dunn was portrayed by Irene Dunn. This afternoon, we'll hear the role played by Lynn Fontanne in a Victor recording of the poem. The special musical score was written and conducted by Frank Black. And now, The White Cliffs of Dover.
Loved England dearly and deeply since that first morning, shining and pure, the white cliffs of Dover I saw rising steeply out of the sea that once made her secure. I had no thought then of husband or lover. I was a traveler, the guest of a week. Yet when they pointed the white cliffs of Dover, startled I found there were tears on my cheek. I have loved England and still as a stranger. Here is my home, but I still am alone. Now in her hour of trial and danger, only the English are really her own. "1914, early May, London was crowded and rich and gay. A light blue carpet on the stair and tall young footmen everywhere, tall young men with English faces standing rigidly in their places. I went up the stairs between them all, strange and frightened and shy and small, and as I entered the ballroom door saw something I never had seen before except in portraits. A stout old guest with a broad blue ribbon across his breast. That blue as deep as the southern sea, bluer than skies can ever be. The Countess of Salisbury, Edward III, no damn merit, the Duke. I heard my own voice saying, upon my word, the Garter, and clapped my hands like a child. Someone beside me turned and smiled, and looking down at me said, I fancy you're Bertie's Australian cousin Nancy. He told me to tell you that he'd be late at the Foreign Office and not to wait supper for him, but to go with me and try and behave as if I were he. I should have told him on the spot that I had no cousin, that I was not Australian Nancy, that my name was Susan Dunn, and that I came from a small white town on a deep-cut bay in the smallest state in the USA. I meant to tell him, but changed my mind. I needed a friend, and he seemed kind. So I put my gloved hand into his glove, and we danced together and fell in love. Young and in love, how magical a phrase, how magical the fact. Who has not yearned over young lovers when to their amaze they fall in love and find their love returned? We went to the tower, we went to the zoo, we saw every flower in the gardens at Kew. We saw King Charles a-prancing on his long-tailed horse and thought him more entrancing than better kings, of course. At a strange early hour in St. James's Palace yard, we watched in a shower the changing of the guard. And I said, what a pity to have just a week to spend when London is a city whose beauties never end. John had one of those English faces that always were and always will be found in the cream of English places till England herself sink into the sea. A blonde, bold face with prominent eyes, a little bit bluer than English skies. And what a voice he had, gentle, profound, clear, masculine. I melted at the sound. And still I did not see my life was changed, utterly different. By this love estranged forever and ever from my native land, that I was now of that unhappy band who lose the old and cannot gain the new, however loving and however true to their new duties. I could never be an Englishwoman. There was that in me, Puritan, stubborn, that would not agree to English standards, though I did not see the truth because I thought them good or ill, so great a people, and I think so still. The English are frosty when you're no kiss or kin of theirs, but how they alter when once they take you in. The kindest, the truest, the best friends ever known. It's hard to remember how they froze you to the bone. They showed me all London, Johnny and his friends. They took me to the country for long weekends. I never was so happy. I never had such fun. I stayed many weeks in England instead of just one. But a day came when I was forced to face facts. I went down to see the family place, John's mother, and the cradle of his race. A red brick manor house in Devon in a beechwood of old grey trees, ivy climbing to the clustered chimneys, rustling in the wet south breeze, gardens trampled down by Cromwell's army, orchards of apple trees and pears, casements that had looked for the Armada, and a ghost on the stairs. Johnny's mother, the Lady Jean, child of a penniless Scottish peer, was warm, handsome, high-coloured, lean, with eyes like Johnny's, more blue and clear, like bubbles of glass in her fine, tanned face. And presently she said, as they sooner or later always say, "You're an American, Miss Dunn. Really, you do not speak like one." She seemed to think she said a thing both courteous and flattering. I answered, though my wrists were weak with anger, "Not at all. I speak, at least I've always thought this true, as educated people do in any country, even mine." Really? I saw her head incline. I saw her ready to assert Americans are easily hurt. I saw the house with its oaken stair and the Tudor rose on the newel post, the panelled upper gallery where they told me you heard the family ghost. A gentle, unhappy ghost who sighs outside one's door on the night one dies. I saw the picture of every son, Percy the eldest and John and Bill in Chinese customs, and the youngest one, Peter the sailor at Osborne-Still, and the daughter, Enid, married, alas, to a civil servant in farm address. A little thing happened just before we left. The evening papers came. John, flicking them over to find a score, spoke for the first time a certain name, the name of a town in a distant land, etched on our hearts by a murderer's hand. Mother and son exchanged a glance, a curious glance of strength and dread. I thought, what matter to them if Franz Ferdinand dies? One of them said, "This might be serious." "Yes, you're right." The other answered, "It really might." The English love their country with a love steady and simple, wordless, dignified. I think it sets their patriotism above all others. We Americans have pride. We glory in our country's short romance. We boast of it and love it. But Englishmen will serve day after day, obey the law, and do dull tasks that keep a nation strong. Once I remember in London how I saw pale, shabby people standing in a long line in the twilight and the misty rain to pay their tax. I then saw England plain. Johnny and I were married. England then had been a week at war, and all the men wore uniform as English people can, unconscious of it. Percy, the best man, as thin as paper and as smart as paint, bade us goodbye with admirable restraint, went from the church to catch his train to hell, and died, saving his batman from a shell. We went down to Devon in a warm summer rain, knowing that our happiness might never come again. I, not forgetting till death us do part, was outrageously happy with death in my heart. Lovers in peacetime, with 50 years to live, have time to tease and quarrel and question what to give. But lovers in wartime better understand the fullness of living with death close at hand. My father wrote me a letter. My father, scholarly, indolent, strong, teaching Greek better than high school students repay. Teaching Greek in the winter, but all summer long sailing a yawl in Narragansett Bay. So, Susan, my dear, the letter began, you've fallen in love with an Englishman. Well, they're a manly, attractive lot, if you happen to like them, which I do not. I'm a Yankee through and through, and I don't like them or the things they do. Whenever it's come to a knockdown fight with us, they were wrong and we right. If you don't believe me, cast your mind back over history, and what do you find? They certainly had no justification for that maddening plan to impose taxation without any form of representation. Your man may be all that a man should be, only don't bring him back to me saying he can't get decent tea. He could have got his tea all right in Boston Harbor a certain night when your great-great-grandmother, also a Sioux, shook enough tea from her husband's shoe to supply her house for a week or two. The War of 1812 seems to me about as just as a war could be. How could we help but come to grips with a nation that stopped and searched our ships and took off our seamen for no other reason except that they needed crews that season? I can get angry still at the tale of their letting the Alabama sail and Palmerston being insolent to Lincoln and Seward over the Trent. All very long ago, you'll say, but whenever I go up Boston way, I drive through Concord, that neck of the wood where once the embattled farmers stood. And I think of Revere and the old South steeple, and I say, by heck, we're the only people who licked them, not only once, but twice. Never forget it. That's my advice. They have their points. They're honest and brave, loyal and sure as the grave. They make other nations seem pale and flighty, but they do think England is God Almighty. And you must remind them now and then that other countries breed other men. From all of which you will think me rather unjust. I am your devoted father. I read and saw my home with a sudden yearning, the small white wooden house, the grass-green door, my father's study with the fire burning and books piled on the floor. I saw the dear Curie, 2 black kittens, stalking relentlessly an empty spool. I saw a little girl in scarlet mittens trudging through snow to school. I settled down in Devon when Johnny went to France. Such a tame ending to a great romance. 2 lonely women with nothing much to do but to get to know each other. She did, and I did too. Mornings at the rectory learning how to roll bandages and always saving light and coal. Oh, that house was bitter as winter closed in. In spite of heavy stockings and woolen next to skin, I was cold and wretched, and never unaware of John more cold and wretched in a trench out there. All that long winter I wanted so much to complain, but my mother-in-law, as far as I could see, felt no such impulse, though she was always in pain, and as the winter fogs grew thick, took to walking with a stick heavily. And not for the blinking of an eye did she ever stop thinking of the suffering of Englishmen and her 2 sons in the trenches. Now and then I could forget for an instant in a book or a letter, but she never forgot either one, Percy or John, though I knew she loved one better, Percy the wastrel, the gambler, the eldest son. I think I shall always remember until I die her face that day in December, when in a hospital ward together she and I were writing letters for wounded men and dying, writing and crying over their words, so silly and simple and loving. Suddenly looking up, I saw the old vicar moving like fate down the hospital ward until he stood still beside her where she sat at a bed. "Dear friend, come home. I have tragic news," he said. She looked straight at him without a spasm of fear, her face not stern or masked. "Is it Percy or John?" she asked. "Percy." She dropped her eyes. "I am needed here. Surely you know I cannot go until every letter is written. The dead must wait on the living," she said. "This is my work. I must stay." And she did the whole long day. Out of the dark and dearth of happiness on earth, out of a world inured to death and pain, on a fair spring morn to me a son was born, and hope was born, the future lived again. To me a son was born, the lonely, hard, forlorn travail was, as the Bible tells, forgot. How old, how commonplace to look upon the face of your firstborn and glory in your lot. To look upon his face and understand your place among the unknown dead in churchyards lying. To see the reason why you lived and why you die. Even to find a certain grace in dying. To know the reason why buds blow and blossoms die. Why beauty fades and genius is undone. And how unjustified is any human pride in all creation save this common one. And John came home on leave, and all was joy and thankfulness to me, because my boy was not a baby only, but the heir to the Devon acres, and a name as old as England. Somehow I became almost an Englishwoman, almost at one with all they ever did, all they had done. I want him called John after you, or if not that, I'd rather... But the eldest is always called Percy, dear. I don't ask to call him Hiram after my father, but the eldest is always called Percy, dear. But I hate the name Percy. I like Richard or Ronald or Peter like your brother, or Ian or Noel or Donald. But the eldest is always called Percy, dear. So the vicar christened him Percy, and Lady Jean gave to the child and me the empty place in her heart. Poor lady. It was as if she had seen the world destroyed, the extinction of her race, her country, her class, her name, and now she saw them live again. And I would hear her say, "No, I admire Americans. My daughter-in-law was an American." Thus she would well repay the debt, and I was grateful. They must come in the spring. Don't they care sixpence who's right? What a ridiculous thing saying they're too proud to fight. Saying they're too proud to fight. Wilson's pro-German, I'm told. No, it's financial. Oh, quite. All they care for is gold. Seem to like writing a note. Yes, as a penman he's bold. No, it's the Irish vote. What could I do but ache and long that my country, peaceful, rich and strong, should come and do battle for England's sake? What could I do but long and ache? And at last, like the dawn of a calm, fair day after a night of terror and storm, they came, my young, light-hearted countrymen, tall and gay, looking the world over in search of fun and fame, marching through London to the beat of a boastful air, seeing for the first time Piccadilly and Leicester Square, all the bands playing, over there, send the word to beware. And as the American flag went fluttering by, Englishmen uncovered, and I began to cry. How beautiful upon the mountains, how beautiful upon the downs, how beautiful in the village post office, on the pavements of towns, how beautiful in the huge print of newspapers, beautiful while telegraph wires hum, while telephone bells wildly jingle the news that peace has come. That peace has come at last, that all wars cease. How beautiful upon the mountains are the footsteps of the messengers of peace. In the depths of the night, when the old house was sleeping, I lying alone in a desolate bed, heard soft on the staircase a slow footstep creeping, the ear of the living, the step of the dead. In the depths of the night, betwixt midnight and morning, a step drawing near on the old oaken floor, on the stair, in the gallery, the ghost that gives warning of death by that heartbreaking sigh at my door. Bad news is not broken by kind, tactful word. The message is spoken ere the word can be heard. The eye and the bearing, the breath make it clear, and the heart is despairing before the ears hear. I do not remember the words that they said. Killed, Douay, November. I knew John was dead. All done and over that day long ago. The white cliffs of Dover. Little did I know. Nanny brought up my son as his father before him, austere on questions of manners, habits, and food, generously yielding a mother's right to adore him, thinking that mothers never did sons much good, ready to lay down her life for her charge, and ready to administer discipline without consulting me, bringing him up much better than I could do it, teaching him to be civil and manly and cool in the face of danger, and then, before I knew it, the time had come for him to go off to school. Off to school, to be rid of women's teaching, set on the road to manhood at 7 years old, into a world where a mother's hands vainly reaching will never more clasp and comfort and hold. Rabbits in the park scuttling as we pass, little white tails against the green grass. Next time, Mother, I really must bring my gun. I know you don't like shooting, but John's own son, that blonde, bold face, those clear, steady eyes, hard to be certain that the dead don't rise. Jogging on his pony through the autumn day, bad year for fruit, Mother, but good salt hay. Bowling for the village as his father had before, coming home at evening to read the cricket score, back to the old house where they had begun, just as his father and his grandfather had done. Later than many, earlier than some, I knew the die was cast, that war must come, that war must come. Night after night I lay, steeling a broken heart to face the day when he, my son, would tread the very same path that his father trod. When the day came, I was not sealed, not ready. Foolish, wild words issued from my lips. My child, why should you die for England too? He smiled. Is she not worth it if I must, he said. John would have answered yes, but John was dead. Is she worth dying for? My love, my one and only love, had died, and now his son asks me, his alien mother, to essay the worth of England to mankind today. I thought of my father's deep traditional wrath against England, the redcoat bully, the ancient foe, that second reaping of hate, that aftermath of a ruler's folly and ignorance long ago. Long, long ago. Yet who can honestly say England is utterly changed? Not I, not I. Arrogance, ignorance, folly are here today, and for these my son must die? I thought of these years, these last dark, terrible years, when the rulers of England bade the English believe lies as the price of peace, lies and fears, lies that corrupt and fears that sap and deceive. Rulers of England, for them must I send out my only son to die? And then, I thought of the history of Englishmen, of Queen Elizabeth stepping down over the stones of Plymouth Town to greet the men who had sailed away from Rocky Inlet and Wooded Bay, free men, undisciplined, uncontrolled, some of them pirates, all of them bold, feeling their fate was England's fate, coming to save it a little late, much too late for the easy way, much too late, and yet never quite too late to win in that last, worst fight. Men who had governed England know that dreadful line they may not pass, Even Elizabeth, long ago, honored and loved and bold as brass, daring and subtle, arrogant, clever. Yet even the great Elizabeth never dared oppose the sullen might of the English standing upon a right. And were they not English, our forefathers? Never more English than when they shook the dust of her sod from their feet forever, angrily seeking a shore where, in his own way, a man might worship his God. Never more English than when they dared be rebels against her. That stern, intractable sense of that which no man can stomach and still be free, writing, when in the course of human events, writing it out so all the world could see whence come the powers of all just governments. The tree of liberty grew and changed and spread, but the seed was English. I am American bred. I have seen much to hate here, much to forgive. But in a world where England is finished and dead, I do not wish to live.
Anthology is brought to you by WNBC in cooperation with the Poetry Center of the YW and YMHA, 92nd Street and Lexington Avenue in Manhattan. John Malcolm Brennan, director. Anthology is produced by Steve White, written and directed for WNBC by Draper Lewis. Until next Sunday at 3, this is Fleetwood wishing you good luck and good reading.
Here they are, the Quiz Kids, brought to you by the makers of Alka-Seltzer and One-A-Day brand vitamins. Coming to you today from Denver, Colorado. Yes, sir, the Quiz Kids are in Denver at the invitation of the Denver Committee of the American Aid to France. They are here to help the school children of Denver raise money for a health center for their one-world neighbors, the destitute children of the city of Brest, France. They also appeared before 1,500 delegates at the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization banquet Thursday night. But while working for a good cause, the kids have had an exciting time, too, because it's the first time any of them has ever been in Colorado. And having more fun than any of them is that wild Westerner from Crawfordsville, Indiana, our chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Bob Murphy, and hello, everyone. Well, the kids and I certainly have had a fine time here in Denver. A trip to see the Garden of the Gods, a hike up Cheyenne Mountain above the clouds, a peek at Pikes Peak, and a visit to the Will Rogers Memorial. You know, we've been here since Wednesday when we launched the national campaign of the American Aid to France. And now, Quiz Kids, let's climax our visit with a good program right now. First, roll call. Mark?
I'm Mark Muller. I'm 6 years old, and I'm in the first grade at Laboratory School of the University of Chicago.
Pat?
I am Patrick Longtime, I am 10 years old because I just had a birthday Wednesday. And I'm in 5th grade at the Fort Dearborn School.
Well, good for you. And Joel?
I'm Joel Kupperman. I'm 11 years old today. I'm 16 from Chicago, Illinois.
Another birthday? Well, what do you know about that? Naomi?
I'm Naomi Cooks. I was 9 years old at 12:15, and I'm in the 4th grade at the Grover Cleveland School of Chicago.
Well, another birthday. My goodness. Is that mountain time, Naomi?
No, Chicago time.
Oh, Chicago time. Well, what do you know about that? You, Joel, and Pat. Say, you know, that gives me an idea. I won't let you in on it until just before we go off the air. But it's a surprise, and I hope you'll enjoy it. And now, there's one more member of our class today, a fine representative of Denver school children, selected by our Quiz Kids staff from candidates nominated by every school in Denver. Paul.
My name is Paul Hannon. I'm 11 and a half years old, and I'm in 6A at the Park Hill School, Denver, Colorado.
Well, Paul, we're mighty happy to have you with us. Now then, let's get on to brass tacks. Got a lot of questions here. You know, Denver, among other things, is famous as the Mile High City. Mrs. Josephine E. Gray of Bangor, Maine, wants you children to imagine that right in the center of town, you dug a hole all the way down to sea level and then fell in. Of course, the elevation varies, so let's just imagine that where you dug, the elevation was 5,184 feet. How long would it take you to hit bottom? Joel.
Well, square root of 51, 84 is 72. So therefore, 72, 4 into 72 is 18, so it'll take you 18 seconds.
18 seconds is absolutely right. Good boy, Joel. That would be a quick fall, and that was quick figuring, if I know what I'm talking about, and I think I do. Well, that question earned a Zenith portable radio for Mrs. Gray of Bangor, Maine. You know, for each question you hear on the show, Alka-Seltzer gives away one of those dandy transoceanic Zenith portables, the kind that plays on trains, planes, or what have you. And folks, that isn't all. If the quiz kids miss your question, instead of the portable, you get a gorgeous big console model, a Zenith radio phonograph combination worth 250 smackaroos. Yes. Sure, it's a dandy. That big job has FM bands, automatic record changer, the whole works. So why don't you send a question to Quiz Kids Chicago and see if you can win one of these fine radios. You know, kids, last week on Mother's Day, we considered what kind of mothers various birds would make, and you children decided to keep your own mothers. With the fishing season opening out here May 25th, Philip Heiling of Denver wonders what you'd think of a rainbow trout for a mother. Mark?
Well, I'm not sure it's a rainbow trout, but the trout, the mother lays its egg, and the baby is called a fly, and if she comes along near a baby fly and she can catch it, she'll eat it.
Oh, I see. Well, that would be so nice, would it, Mark? No, that's...
Not a bit.
No. Say, by the way, Mark, tell me, son, how do you feel about fishing? Do you ever feel sorry for the fish?
Kind of. Sometimes.
Kinda, huh? I see. Well, I just wanted to know how you felt about that. I knew you kids were anxious to see an Indian when we came out west here, so you're going to see an Indian. Now, we have backstage a real Cherokee Indian warrior in war paint and full regalia. And his name is Mr. Walking Stick. And he's going to help us with this next heap big question. Folks, I want you to meet Mr. Walking Stick.
Yo, Taja, Dadu Akaduli, Ishtis Managan, Douglas, Dolly Zonti, Nerti Hiski, Ugh.
I see. You're talking in Cherokee. Pontiac, Wichita, Omaha, Silver Chief, and hello to you too, Ugh. At the request of Alice Sawyer of San Diego, California, Mr. Walking Stick is going to impersonate some famous Indian warriors of American history. Now, see whether you quiz papooses Can't identify them. All right, Mr. Walking Stick.
Me fight white man, Little Bighorn. Crazy horse, him fight too. Me cross border, Canada, come back, get arrested.
All right, Naomi.
Could that be Sitting Bull?
Sitting Bull, that's absolutely right. That's correct. Now, here's the next one.
My brother, prophet, him say, want all Indians to fight white man. We go Wabash River. My brother say, come on, to Governor Harrison. White man win battle.
Joel?
Tecumseh.
Tecumseh. That's correct, Joel. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Walking Stick. Oh, by the way, is there any question you'd like to ask the children before you leave?
Yes, Joe. I'd like to ask them what they think of their ancestors for taking this country away from the Indians.
All right, children. Now, there's a little discussional question. Naomi.
Well, I don't think it was right, but they should have given the Indians a right to have their own land and not take it away from them without paying them.
Well, let's see, Pat?
Well, some of the white men were very cruel to the Indians, and they took the land away by force and without any reason at all except just to get gold and other minerals. But the Indians, some Indians were also very cruel. But I think it is only fitting and proper that they have reservations now.
Uh-huh. Yes, you got to have a reservation these days, yes. Mark?
Well, I don't think it was good because the white man had his own home and he didn't have to take more places, so he should have stayed where he belonged.
Yes. Yes, sir, Mark. Paul?
We wouldn't be on the quiz, kids, if the white man hadn't taken the land from the Indians. It's a discussional question, though.
That's right, Paul. That's right. And Joel?
Well, in my mind, the white man's the big bully, and the Indian is the little guy who fights his guns to keep what belongs to him.
Uh-huh. Well, Mr. Walking Stick, what do you think of those answers?
Oh, personally, I'm glad the white man did come. The Indians were not exterminated. There are more Indians now than there ever were then. And I, for one, like electricity and a real house better than a campfire and a wigwam.
That's pretty good. Well, I should tell you, quiz kids, a little more about Mr. Walking Stick. He's the only Indian we could find in Denver. He has a bachelor's degree from George Washington University. He's now working on his master's degree in social work at the University of Denver. And you know what? We had to rent his costume, and the reason I called him a warrior is because he's an ex-GI. He's a fine young man. He certainly is. And he's doing a lot for his people in improving their educational facilities. I think we ought to have a big round of applause for the real Mr. Walking Stick. And now, children, take a short rest while Star Yellen talks to your parents and teachers.
Well, I'm sure that you parents and teachers will agree with the child psychologist that every child needs a strong sense of security to protect his mental health, which is, of course, a big factor in his physical health. And you'll agree, I think, that a child's greatest security comes from parents and teachers who remain steadfastly patient and calm and understanding. Now, in that difficult job of yours, I believe sincerely that every now and then Alka-Seltzer can lend you a helping hand. On those hectic days when everything goes wrong and a headache or an upset stomach comes along, it's naturally harder for you to remain calm and patient with high-spirited children. So take a minute out, relax, and let Alka-Seltzer help you get relief from those annoying complaints that are nagging at your temper. Yes, drink down a glassful of sparkling, refreshing Alka-Seltzer and see how quickly it helps you feel better. You can buy your Alka-Seltzer at any drugstore in either the 30 or 60-cent size. You teachers will find it's a smart idea to buy not one, but 2 packages. Keep one in your desk at school and the other one at home. An extra package on the side keeps you always well supplied.
Thank you, Star. You know, we usually refer to explorers by just their last names, such as De Soto and LaSalle. But now, Maxine Lewis of Colorado Springs wants to know how you children would refer to a geographical place if it were known by the full name of the explorer who discovered it. For example, Lake Champlain would be Lake what? Pat?
Samuel D. Champlain.
That's right. That's the idea. Now then, try this one. How would you refer to Pikes Peak? Paul?
Zebulon Montgomery Pikes Peak.
That's right, Paul. Good boy. That was his name, all right. You know, all of us could immediately name our grandfathers, but most of us would have to think a bit to name a great-grandfather. Well, that's what Emmylou Hendricks of Indianapolis, Indiana wants us to do, not about your own family, but biblical families. Now, if you were King Asa, who would your great-great-grandfather be on your father's 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 side? Now, there's one to untangle. If you were King Asa, who would your great-great-grandfather be on your father's 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 side? Joel?
David.
David is right, absolutely. That's right. I didn't think you kids were going to get that one. Now, Mrs. Mary Moore, who lives way back east New York City, wonders how certain words are pronounced in Colorado. According to Westerners, what is the proper pronunciation of C-O-Y-O-T-E? Paul?
Coyote.
Coyote. That is riot. Riot. Right, yeah. Here's the next one. C-H-A-T-S. Naomi?
Chat.
What did you say, honey?
Chat.
You say chat. Paul?
Chat.
Chat. That's right. That's correct. So many people do refer to them as chaps, but of course they are pronounced chaps. And the next one is R-O-D-E-O. Joel?
Rodeo.
Paul?
Rodeo.
Rodeo, that's right. Rodeo is correct. And, of course, you notice I said Colorado instead of Colorado or Colorado because I was told here to say it that way or not at all. So it's Colorado with me. Yes, surely. With the UNESCO meeting here, we are thinking today about children in other parts of the world. The Reverend W. Werning of Lockwood, Missouri, says that some of our favorite characters in children's literature aren't Americans at all, but are from other countries. Now, if you could meet these characters, how would you greet them in their native tongue? Pinocchio is the first one. How would you greet Pinocchio? Joel?
Well, I don't know how to greet him, but he's Italian.
Yeah, he's Italian, so how about it, Naomi?
Well, I don't know how to greet him, but I can say goodbye to him.
All right, I'll accept the goodbye.
Adios.
That's right. That's very good. You could say, como sta? That was the greeting when you first met him. Uh-huh. How about Jack of Jack and the Beanstalk? How would you greet him? Jack of Jack and the Beanstalk. Pat?
Well, wasn't he in England?
Yes?
Well, then you just say hello to him.
That's what you say, yeah. You say, hello, Jack. How are you? Hmm? How about Puss in Boots? How would you greet Puss in Boots, Paul?
Isn't he an English character, too?
No. Naomi?
I'd say meow.
Well, in cat talk, I imagine he'd understand that, too, but we would like to find out what you really would say to him if... Joel?
Well, I think he's French. I don't know what French is.
That's right. Yeah, he was French, So, Naomi.
Je suis enchantée de faire votre connaissance.
Oh, dear. Oui, yes. Oh, my, that was real cute. You know, this part of the country is new and modern now, but Harold L. Edwards of Saginaw, Michigan, wonders whether you can recall in song the pioneer days. How about it? Can you think of any songs about the old pioneer days in the West? Paul?
I come from Louisiana with the banjo on my knee.
Well, fine, Paul. It's all right. Well, sure, that was so real. I could just hear that old banjo just plunking away there. Pat?
Well, there's a song called When It's Springtime in the Rockies.
Well, of course, that's not a real old song, is it?
Oh, your old song. Well.
Yeah, well, how does that go, by the way?
When it's springtime in the Rockies, I'll be coming back to you.
I don't think
I think you got the... I think you got the wrong, when it's roundup time in Texas. We're getting another state in here now, Pat. That's when it's roundup time in Texas.
Yes, I see. I sang that once in Texas, and
Well, that's all right. Texas is a grand state, too. Joe?
On pioneers, there were cowboys and everything. So I know cowhand from the Rio Grande, and I learned to ride before I learned to stand. Never... Oh, I don't know the rest.
That's all right, Joe. That's fine. Mark, what song have you got?
I don't know the name of it, but the words are, did you ever hear tell of sweet Betsy from Pike, who crossed the wide prairie with a husband, Ike?
Sweet Betsy from Pike. That's a dandy. Paul?
I'm not sure whether this is pioneer, but... Oh, my poor Nellie Gray, they have taken you away.
Well, I'm not so sure myself, Paul, but we'll accept it. Yes, sir. We'll give it the benefit of the doubt. Joel?
Well, in those days there was mining in the sea there, so all in a cavern, in a canyon, excavating for a mine, lives a miner and his daughter, dreadful sorry, Clementine.
Hello, boy, Joel. And now the quiz kids catch their breath, and we hear again from Star Yellen.
You know, every minute of every day, somebody walks into a drugstore somewhere in the USA and says,
"A package of Alka-Seltzer, please."
Well, next time, say instead,
2 packages of Alka-Seltzer, please.
Buy the extra package so you have Alka-Seltzer with you at home or away. Alka-Seltzer offers you extra benefits.
Extra fast relief, because it's all dissolved and ready to go to work the instant you drink it. Thus, its comfort reaches the trouble zone faster than some similar pain relievers taken in tablet form.
Alka-Seltzer is extra effective because it contains a dependable analgesic to relieve pain, plus an effective alkalizer to help the discomfort of an overacid, upset stomach.
Alka-Seltzer is extra pleasant because it makes a sparkling, effervescent solution refreshing to the taste.
Alka-Seltzer offers you extra value because it is one product that's good for so many common ailments. Get an extra package of Alka-Seltzer the next time you're in the drugstore. It comes in 2 sizes, 30 and 60 cents. Keep one package at home and the other at work. Or tuck it in your car or your suitcase when you travel this summer. Whenever you need its comfort, have Alka-Seltzer handy.
That extra package is just like a spare. When one of them's empty, the other's right there.
You know, folks, since we're here in the interest of helping France, we've invited the national chairman of American Aid to France to help us with this question. And here she is, Madame Davey. Madame Davey will give you children some clues on the identity of 3 French women. See whether you can identify them. All right, Madame.
Diamond necklace, cake, jewelry.
Naomi?
Marie Antoinette.
Marie Antoinette, that's right. And let's have the next one, Madame.
Spit blend, radioactivity, 1898.
Paul?
Madame Curie?
That's right, Madame Curie. And here is the next one.
Now, the clue to this French lady is a quotation. I shall read it in French.
Nous avons bien reçu votre colis de layettes pour Jean-Pierre. Merci de tout cœur. Cela lui est tellement utile.
Naomi?
Well, you said something about Layette and Jean-Pierre, and that sounds like a letter that was sent to my mother from my cousins in France.
That's right, honey. That's right. Uh-huh. With a cute little cousin in France, Naomi has been very interested in this project. And thank you, Madame Duvet, for helping us. And, of course, you win one of those Zenith portable radios for your question, you know.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. And would you mind sending that radio to the Denver School Children's Youth Center in Brest, France?
Well, that's exactly what we'll do. Thank you very much, Madame. Incidentally, Naomi, could you translate what we just heard in French?
It was something, I think it was the package the Layette sent for little Jean-Pierre was very useful. I know it said useful.
Yeah.
And thank you very much.
That's very fine, Naomi. That's very fine. Huh? All right, now, this question is from Mrs. Estelle P. Slaughter of Greenville, South Carolina. It's an easy one, something you all know about. Cooking utensils. What cooking utensil would you find on a baseball diamond? Paul?
A plate.
A plate. You certainly would. And that's the idea. Joe?
A platter.
A what?
Well, they call it on the platter. Also, platter.
The platter. You mean the base? Is that?
Yes.
Huh?
Yeah, the start of the whole field.
Oh, I see. Well, that's all right. Naomi?
Well, this isn't a cooking utensil, but the batter.
Well, that's one I hadn't thought of. Now, how do you like that? Of course, you have to put that in the cooking utensil. Naomi again.
Pitcher.
Pitcher. That's a good one. That's a dandy. Now, what cooking utensil would you find on a football field? Paul?
A grid.
Well, what kind of a grid?
Gridiron.
A gridiron. That's right. What else would you find on a football field? Mark?
Well, this isn't a cooking utensil, but you would find the steak.
You'd find a steak?
Yes.
Yes, you would. So you would, yeah. Here's one I hadn't thought of. Paul?
A scoreboard. You get the board from breadboard.
Breadboard. Now, how do you like that? Well, that's fine. What cooking utensil would you find on a golf course? Naomi?
Well, this isn't exactly a cooking utensil, but you'd find a tea.
A tea. Well, that's all right. That suits me to a tea. And, Joel?
Well, maybe if you were having poultry for breakfast, a birdie.
Having poultry for breakfast, a birdie. Mm-hmm. Yeah, seems like we're getting a lot of food here instead of cooking utensils, but that's all right. Joel?
An iron.
An iron? Yeah, that's all right. And there's something else that plays a very important part in the game of golf that you find on the kitchen table. That's at the table, and it's got a little handle on it. And what'd that be? What is that in the game of golf? You know, almost get a hole in one, and the ball was Joel?
Club?
No. Naomi.
Well, it isn't a cooking utensil, but maybe if you had a green tablecloth on your table.
Well, I was thinking about the cup. Yeah, I knew you'd think about that, too, after I told you about it. Now then, you two quiz kids with birthdays today, Naomi and Joel, and you, Pat, who had a birthday the day we arrived here. I told you earlier I had an idea, and here it is. Right after the broadcast, we'll all go back to the Cosmopolitan Hotel and have a real old-fashioned birthday party with cake and everything, with you included, Paul Hannon. And right now, I'm going to ask this whole crowd to sing happy birthday to you. How would you like that? All of these people wishing you a happy birthday. Tell you, folks, when we get to that part where the name comes, you know, happy birthday, dear so-and-so, well, we'll just have to put in all three names and do it in this order. Naomi, Pat, and Joel, like this, Happy birthday, dear Naomi, Pat, and Joel. All right, here we go, right from the beginning now. Happy birthday to